The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kidd.
Would you pray with me? Lord, you are the author of our lives, the perfecter of our faith. In you we see what we are called to do and what you want us to be. For you have shown us love when we've been anything but lovable, and mercy, though we are not worthy. You have demonstrated compassion in our darkest moments and steadfastness when all around us falls apart. To your image, may we be faithful. Cause us to follow your lead as you raise us up as leaders of our community and of this nation. In everything we do or say, may we live up to the example you have called us to be by upholding what is good in your eyes. In our conduct in this place, in our love for one another, and in our faith in this face of adversity, and in our purity of thought and purpose, may we serve as bearers of the truth found only in you. In the name of the one who is truth, we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the chamber her approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 5 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Today, I recognize the Librarian Association of Michigan as they gather to celebrate the 175th anniversary of Liberia's independence and their contribution of Liberian Americans to Michigan's 13 districts strong. Founded in 1971, the association remains grounded in their mission to provide assistance to those in need and to preserve Liberia's cultural heritage in our communities. Beyond hosting numerous charitable events, the association is, quote, doing the right thing for the right reason in its outreach as well as in its support to our recent immigrants to our country. The association and its members have created a welcoming space for new residents while providing social and economic support. I commend their incredible, valuable work, and I'm so proud to support them in their anniversary and their work. Please join me in recognizing the Librarian Association of Michigan as they celebrate 50 years of service, culture, kinship across Michigan's 13th congressional district.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to address the House and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Recently, I had the chance to meet with members of the Fraternal Order of Police while back home in Pennsylvania. And the stories that they shared were shocking. They talked about how illegal drugs like heroin, methamphetamine, fentanyl continue to be widely available on our streets. And now, as overdose deaths continue to soar, our communities are seeing the result of President Biden's open border policies that have allowed these drugs to pour into our communities and bringing with them terrible side effects that destroy our towns, our neighborhoods, and unfortunately sometimes families. It's time to do more than stand with law enforcement. It's time to work with law enforcement and give them the tools that they need to take these drugs off of our streets. We cannot allow our police officers to be defended while this crisis continues. It's time to work with law enforcement, to stand with them, and it's time to stop the drug crisis that each and every community in America today is facing.
Time of the gentleman has
expired. And I
expired.
yield.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It has been nearly a month since the Supreme Court inexplicably overturned a woman's 50-year right to her privacy, reproductive health care decisions, abortion care. And in this month, we've heard many on the other side spread frightening disinformation, like Democrats want abortion on demand, No, Democrats want freedom and choice for women to make their own reproductive decisions. Meanwhile, they ignore or don't care about the fact that women are scared, terrified that they may lose access to very personal reproductive health care medications and procedures. So it is necessary that we pass the Right to Contraception Act, which will guarantee the right to get and use birth control, whether it is birth control pills, IUDs, or emergency contraception. Maddening that we even have to vote on this, that a woman's right to birth control could even be in question. That's a woman's that a privacy right is up for political debate. But in this brave new world, this is where we are. I support this legislation to protect the rights of our daughters and granddaughters, nieces and friends, women and girls everywhere. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The time of the
I yield
gentlewoman
back.
has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the incredible service of a member of our community, Pastor Rosemary Woods. Pastor Woods has selflessly led members of her community for 30 years now and is set to achieve the Lifetime Achievement Award in Brunswick, Georgia. This will not be her first award, as Pastor Woods has also received the key to the city of Brunswick. She is the mother of former Philadelphia Phillies player Dominique Brown, and in 2014, she was named Mother of the Year by the organization. Pastor Woods serves her community through many food drives, Christmas toy drives, Easter festivals, and is hoping to start a turkey giveaway this coming Thanksgiving. Her service to our community is remarkable and commendable. Her work feeding those in need came at an essential time and has continued to inspire others to join in and offer a helping hand. Pastor Woods is steering our community in the right direction, and I look forward to hearing about what else she is able to accomplish. Thank you, Pastor Woods, for what you have done for the people of Georgia's 1st Congressional District, and congratulations on your achievements. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to celebrate the Right to Contraception Act, which will soon pass the House with support of House Democrats. Women's rights have been under attack for decades. The recent overturning of Roe v. Wade has sadly provided a roadmap for future courts to reconsider and overrule the right to contraception and other fundamental rights. In fact, Republicans used the decision as an opening to try to block or ban contraceptive methods already. But House Democrats won't stand for this, not under our watch. Today, we will further protect women and their fundamental rights by passing the Right to Contraception Act because we trust women. The bill will protect women's access to birth control because no one should control women and make their health care decisions for them. No one. We trust women. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House 1 minute, revise and extend remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While President Biden is fist-bumping with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Americans are still facing record-high prices at the gas pump. When he was campaigning, President Biden claimed he would crack down on Saudi leaders. And then he turns and shares a warm greeting with one before begging them to sell us their oil. President Biden showed weakness on the world stage, and he showed the American people he cares more about keeping up friendly appearances with OPEC than the well-being of the American people. Let's be clear. The Biden administration halted the Keystone XL pipeline on day one and destroyed 11,000 American jobs to line the pockets of OPEC oligarchs. Why else would President Biden be begging Saudi Arabia and other OPEC countries to increase oil production when producers and refineries right here on U.S. soil have struggled for months thanks to the Green New Deal agenda? Whatever happened to making America self-sufficient on energy? We're a country that can depend on ourselves for our energy, but the Biden administration is continuously doing whatever they can to block this from happening. Instead of traveling 8,000 miles across the ocean to beg for oil from others, he should continue the construction of the Keystone XL pipeline.
The time of the gentleman has
and the
expired.
rest of our American infrastructure.
The time of the
and support
gentleman has
American
expired.
workers, maybe fist bump them for a change.
The time of the gentleman has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. According to an analysis by Issue 1, House members running for re-election this year raised $207 million over the past 3 months, an average of $3,400 per member per day. Back in Minnesota, people ask me all the time how busy members of Congress, compensated by taxpayers, could raise that much money every single day. Well, we know the dirty truth around here. Rather than meeting with constituents, studying policy, writing legislation, or attending committee hearings, members of the House and Senate collectively are spending 10,000 hours per week dialing for dollars or attending fundraising receptions. It's downright gross. So that's why my colleague Mike Gallagher and I have introduced the On the Clock Act. Our bill won't fix America's corrupt campaign finance system, but it will ensure that members of Congress spend more time working for the people and less time raising money for themselves. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, tonight will be the last scheduled meeting of the Partisan Committee on January 6th. As my neighbors in Middle Tennessee struggle with the skyrocketing cost of living, I can't help but think Congress's time and energy should be focused on the issues on most Americans' minds, not another political witch hunt. If the committee had any legitimacy, it would allow Leader McCarthy to seat the Republicans of his choosing. Speaker Pelosi made the unprecedented decision to not do so. If it had any legitimacy, the committee would be investigating what caused the events to unfold that day, what led to the breach of security, and what can we do to learn from these failures to prepare for the future. Unfortunately, I don't think the committee has done its job to ask these important questions. Tennesseans are smart and see this process as what it is, a partisan witch hunt in the form of a sham investigation. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Permission to speak on the floor of the House for absolutely no more than 1 minute and to reserve the right to amend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, July 16th marked a turning point for America. For the first time in our history, anytime, anywhere in America, you can call 988 for immediate help during a mental health crisis. But to truly meet this moment and carry forward the full potential of 988, we need to do more. Right now, America's default for people who need immediate help when experiencing a mental health crisis is to call 911. And the default treatment facilities are jails and emergency rooms. Time and time again, we've seen repeating tragedies of police officers killing individuals during a mental health emergency. The fact is, we need to stop criminalizing mental illness and get people the crisis help that they need. To truly fulfill the promise of 988, we must make sure anyone who dials 988 will have someone to call, someone to come if they need help, and somewhere to go for compassionate, continuous care. With that, I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. President Biden's reckless agenda is sending our nation hurtling towards a recession. The president wants people to believe 40-year high inflation is someone else's fault. But his solutions to this crisis highlight his complicity in driving up the cost of everything from gas to groceries. One of President Biden's solutions to rising energy costs is begging foreign countries to pump more oil. This is the same president who is waging a regulatory assault to U.S. energy production. His administration has sold nearly 1 million barrels of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to a Chinese energy company. It's unbelievable. I'm co-authoring an amendment to block the administration from ever doing this again. As a fighter for working families, I'll keep doing everything I can to hold the administration accountable for driving inflation to the highest level in 40 years.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1232, I call up H.R. 8373 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8373, a bill to protect a person's ability to access contraceptives and to engage in contraception, and to protect a healthcare provider's ability to provide contraceptives, contraception, and information related to contraception.
Pursuant to House Rule 1232, the amendment printed in Part B of House Report 117-420 is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended is debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Mrs. Rogers, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Pallone. New Jersey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and add extraneous material on H.R. 8373, the Right to Contraception Act.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
That's okay.
I rise in strong support of H.R. 8373, the Right to Contraception Act, introduced by Representative Manning. When the Supreme Court overruled a woman's constitutional right to abortion last month, it also called into question all the other fundamental freedoms that Americans cherish under the 14th Amendment's right to privacy, including the right to contraception. In his concurrence, Justice Clarence Thomas went so far to even contend that the court should reconsider Griswold, the landmark case that first recognized the constitutional right to use contraceptives. This has opened the door for Republican legislators in states like Idaho, Louisiana, and Mississippi to try to ban certain contraceptive methods. These extreme proposals build on decades of Republican efforts to restrict access to essential reproductive health care services. They have tried to gut the Title X family planning program, which provides access to contraceptives and family planning services for low-income and uninsured individuals. They've also repeatedly tried to invalidate the Affordable Care Act's contraceptive mandate, which ensures coverage for contraception free of charge. Now, contraception is basic preventive health care, and it's crucial to the health and human rights of all people. Millions of people rely on contraception not only to prevent unintended pregnancies, but to prevent and treat a wide range of medical conditions. Access to contraception is essential to achieving gender equality as it advances women's health and economic empowerment. H.R. 8373 ensures that Republicans cannot limit people's access to contraceptives. It also ensures that healthcare providers can provide contraceptives and information about them free from political interference. So, Madam Speaker, while the right to contraception is legal today, we must act to ensure this remains true in the future. This legislation does exactly that by enshrining the right to contraception in federal law. And I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 8373. Every woman's potential journey to motherhood is different, and I support their access to contraception. However, this legislation has a lot of problems. Democrats just introduced it on Friday and debated it for the first time on Monday in the Rules Committee. And since then, they've had to introduce multiple amendments to address their own failures to draft good policy. This is not how we build trust in solutions to bring forward in the people's house. If Democrats came to me and asked to work together on a bill, I would have been happy to roll up my sleeves and work with them. For years, Republicans on both sides of the Capitol have led on solutions to allow for great access to safe and effective contraception, including making it available over the counter. Right now, Congresswoman Ashley Henson and Congresswoman Stephanie Bice are leading on these bills. Unfortunately, today, rather than work with us, Democrats again are spreading fear and misinformation to score political points. And they're doing it with a very poorly drafted bill that opens the door further to extreme abortion on demand and their agenda. H.R. 8373 is a Trojan horse for more abortions. It should be called the Payouts for Planned Parenthood Act. It would send more taxpayer dollars to Planned Parenthood, freeing up more funds for them to provide abortions and end vulnerable lives. This bill endangers the health and safety of women. It allows Planned Parenthood and abortion providers to prescribe both on and off-label drugs to be used for abortions without any restrictions. Additionally, and again, despite many drafts, Democrats included a definition of contraception that is not limited to FDA-approved products. The term contraception is defined as, quote, an action taken to prevent pregnancy, including the use of contraceptives or fertility awareness-based methods and sterilization procedures. This means that the bill creates an individual right to engage in contraception, which can include the use of FDA-approved products, but also any other action taken to prevent pregnancy, including non-approved products. H.R. 8373 will also continue President Joe Biden's war on religious liberty and conscience protections. It would force health providers to violate their religion and sincerely held beliefs to provide contraception and perform sterilizations, including on minors. It would also force organizations like the Little Sisters of the Poor to violate their religion and provide contraception. For all the fear-mongering Democrats are spreading about other Supreme Court presidents being threatened, where is the respect for the Little Sisters of the Poor and their victory for their constitutionally guaranteed religious freedom? The unfortunate reality today is that this bill goes too far, defies the most basic safeguards meant to protect women and children. Women deserve the truth, not more fear and misinformation that forces an extreme agenda on the American people. Again, Republicans have led to make birth control available over the counter. In 2019, the federal government, under a Republican president, spent $1.8 billion for family planning. We have solutions to build on this work to support women. Unfortunately, Democrats are conflating the issues of abortion and contraception to promote unrestricted abortion for all 9 months of pregnancy. Contraception is fundamentally different than abortion, a distinction recognized by the pro-life community, doctors, medical professionals, the science, and in Justice Alito's Dobbs opinion. Abortion intentionally ends a human life. Contraception is to prevent conception. There's a clear distinction, and to suggest otherwise is more fear-mongering and scare tactics that are a disservice to women everywhere. I urge opposition to H.R. 8373, and I urge my colleagues across the aisle to work with us. We welcome the opportunity, rather than rushing another poorly drafted bill, an extreme bill through the People's House, we can come together to support every woman's path to a better life and every woman's journey to motherhood. Thank you. I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield now 2.5 minutes to the sponsor of this legislation, Ms. Manning from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of my bill, the Right to Contraception Act. It seems unbelievable that in the year 2022, we should have to explain that access to birth control is about equality. It is critically important so that women can decide whether and when to have a family, pursue an education, build an economically secure future, and protect their health. Let's be honest about the facts. Almost all women will use birth control at some point in their lives, and more than 96% of voters support access to birth control. Yet the right to birth control is under attack by Republican lawmakers who are pushing disinformation about how contraceptives work and attempting to ban methods like IUDs and Plan B. Justice Thomas has added fuel to that fire by stating in Dobbs that the court should reconsider the constitutional right to contraception. This extremism is about one thing: control of women. We will not let this happen. We will not play defense anymore. This time, we're playing offense. My bill creates a federal statutory right for individuals to use birth control and for healthcare professionals to provide it. It protects a full range of contraceptive methods, including birth control, pills, IUD, and emergency contraceptives. It subjects any state or government official who restricts access to contraceptive services to a civil action by the Attorney General or an individual or healthcare provider whose rights are violated. Let's be clear. This bill is about allowing women the freedom to choose the contraception that works best for them, to allow them to prevent unintended pregnancies. American women, indeed all Americans, deserve the freedom to make their own decisions about their bodies, their family planning, and their lives. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote yes on this well-crafted bill, the Right to Contraception Act, because women and girls across this country are watching you, and they want to know, are you willing to stand up for them? Are you willing to fight for them? I certainly am. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized, or New Jersey.
I yield now to the chairman of our Health Subcommittee, our Energy and Commerce Health Subcommittee, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Eshu. 1 minute.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Speaker, I rise in the strongest support of H.R. 8373, excuse me, the Right to Contraception Act. We all belong to committees here, and when we do, as we do, we get to know members very well. An observation of mine over these years as a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee is I don't know any member that has 10, 12, or 14 children. I'd say there's some family planning going on here. This is a private decision that we all have had the freedom to make. This bill is about family planning. It's about birth control. It's not about controlling women. It's about the freedom that women can make. No politician or judge should be interfering in private health care decision or restrict access to contraception. But the Supreme Court has threatened this fundamental right,
The time of the gentlewoman has expired.
This issue on the court's chopping block. Everyone should vote for this bill.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Please to yield 2 minutes to the lady from Florida, Kat Kamek.
Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in opposition of H.R. 8373, the Right to Deception Act. First, this bill is completely unnecessary. In no way, shape, or form is access to contraception limited or at risk of being limited. The liberal majority is clearly trying to stoke fears and mislead the American people once again, because in their minds, stoking fear clearly is the only way that they can win. No state, not one state across the country has banned access to contraceptives. That is a fact, and an inconvenient one on the left, because now they are left to make up wild stories about states that they cannot name banning contraceptives. However, rather than uniting behind the broad and common sense notion that access to safe and legal contraception is important, my colleagues on the left have once again chosen political theater, but I guess that would explain the connection to Hollywood, right? But it's time to get past the theater and look at these inconvenient facts that my colleagues on the left will not tell you about and their outrageous claims. They claim that this is a clean codification to ensure that contraceptives can never be banned in this country, but let me be clear, this goes far beyond that claim. In fact, this bill jeopardizes constitutional rights of individuals and organizations across this great land by forcing providers to prescribe various forms of contraception that violates their religious rights. We are a nation that upholds and values religious freedom, and this bill here today flies in the face of individuals with religious liberty concerns. As a constitutional conservative, I'm also disturbed by the provisions within this bill that attempt to provide a backdoor abortion service provider like Planned Parenthood to tap into more federal taxpayer dollars. This bill, brought under false pretenses by the left in a vain attempt to scare Americans with lies and exaggeration, represents a clear overstep of federal authority. And if you are still wondering why every single member in this chamber should be voting against this bill, the Right to Deception Act, you should know that this administration has already proven that they will stick a highly
The time of the
politicized
gentlewoman
DOJ.
has expired.
Yield the lady an additional minute.
The gentlewoman is
Thank
recognized
you.
for an additional minute.
So if you are wondering, once again, why every single member in this chamber who took an oath to uphold the United States Constitution, not a political party's oath, if you are wondering why you should vote against the Right to Deception Act, you should know that this administration has already proven that they will sic a highly politicized DOJ on concerned parents. They've done it before, they will do it again. And this bill here today would take away a parent's rights with regard to their children and the state laws that are designed to protect minors. No bureaucrat in Washington knows better than our parents back at home, and I would be happy to debate that fact any day. So let's recap. This bill, the Right to Deception Act, is looking to solve a problem that doesn't exist. But more than that, in seeking to solve a problem that doesn't exist, you want to spend more of our taxpayer money to grow the size and scope of government and to allow more abortions to occur and kill our children. Cool. Y'all are a real piece of work. Folks back home, they see right through this, and they'll see through it in November. I urge opposition to this bill, and I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the chairwoman of our subcommittee on Commerce and Consumer Protection, Ms. Schakowsky of Illinois.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you so much, and I thank the sponsors of this legislation. I've been proud to join them. You know, you would think that everyone would want to protect access to contraception, to family planning, especially people who are opposed to abortion. Yet we have seen that there has been efforts to exclude available and effective contraception, that there has been an effort to limit the choices that women have to even have contraception. And so, yes, we absolutely need to pass this bill. We need to pass it into law. We need to do it right now. And 99% of Americans are in favor of contraception. So let's pass this legislation. We should do it with all our members on both sides of the aisle, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I yield now 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, member of our committee, Ms. Matsui.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 8373, the Right to Contraception Act. Contraception is empowering. It gives people control over what happens to their bodies and supports the freedom to plan a family. Using birth control can shape an individual's life. Being able to choose the contraceptive that's right for you impacts your future health, education, employment, and economic security. The Supreme Court's decision was a direct attack on abortion, and Americans are now justifiably scared about the future of birth control. Republicans across this country will continue their extreme assault on basic freedoms. And Justice Thomas made it clear that the Supreme Court will do nothing to protect our fundamental rights from these coordinated attacks. I refuse to sit back and watch as Republicans regress our nation to a place where my granddaughter has fewer rights than her mother or I did. A country where states take away an individual's
Time of the gentlewoman
ability-
has expired.
Yes, please.
Yield another 30 seconds to the gentlewoman.
Gentlewoman is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
I refuse to sit back and watch, where a country could states can take away individuals' ability to make personal decisions about their body, their life, and their future. I implore you to really think about this and pass this bill. With that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pleased to yield 2 minutes to the lady from Arizona, member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Debbie Lesko.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to H.R. 8373. I am here today with my Republican colleagues to stand up for the health and safety of women and girls across our nation. It's unfortunate that this bill is written in such a way that it's unclear that it just covers traditional contraceptives. It is disappointing to see that my colleagues across the aisle are continuing to push their extreme abortion on demand agenda. It is unclear why those who call themselves the Party of Women insist on prioritizing the billion-dollar far-left abortion lobby over women and girls. This legislation, the Payouts for Planned Parenthood Act, permits the widespread use of chemical abortion pills. The FDA deems these drugs as high risk because they can cause excessive bleeding, intense pain, infections, and even death. To make matters even worse, this bill allows abortion providers to administer non-FDA-approved drugs and devices to women and girls without any regard for the drug's efficacy or the safety of the patient. We should not be promoting the widespread and unsupervised use of high-risk or unapproved drugs that could endanger women and girls' lives and almost certainly will end the lives of their babies. This legislation also erodes decades of bipartisan agreement that taxpayer dollars should not be used to fund abortions. Instead, the Payouts for Planned Parenthood Act forces states to direct more federal funding to Planned Parenthood and other abortion providers. This legislation is not about protecting access to contraception, and it is not about protecting the rights of women and girls. It is about one thing, and one thing only: lining the pockets of Planned Parenthood and the rest of the abortion lobby, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castor, who is a member of our committee and chairs the Special Committee on Climate Change.
The gentlewoman is
I
recognized.
thank the gentleman for yielding. We are at a perilous time where an extremist Supreme Court and the GOP are rolling back our rights. They're rolling back the legal guarantee to control our bodies and to make our own decisions about when to have children. In states like mine in Florida, the governor has already instituted a cruel 15-week abortion ban and recently struck a plan to provide contraceptive care to working-class women and girls for the second year in a row. And I've served in Congress for enough years to watch the GOP over time fight to eliminate birth control and family planning funds. They fought to eliminate the no-cost birth control under the Affordable Care Act. In addition to the Democrats fighting to establish this right to contraceptive, this bill also would ensure that doctors can continue to do their jobs and provide contraceptives without being turned into criminals. Contraceptive use is crucial to preventing unintended pregnancies, preventing and treating countless medical conditions, and decreasing the risk of certain cancers.
Time of the gentlewoman has
everyone
expired.
should have equal access to necessary preventative
The
care,
time of the
no matter
gentlewoman
which
has
state
expired.
they live in. On behalf of the women
The
in
time
the
of the
state of
gentlewoman
Florida
has
and America,
expired.
I urge my colleagues to support the right to contraceptives, the right to women to control their
The
own
time of the
bodies.
gentlewoman has expired. Gentlewoman from Washington is
I
recognized.
reserve.
She reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield now 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New Hampshire, Ms. Custer, a member of our committee.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the Right to Contraception Act,
The overturning of Roe v. Wade by the Supreme Court was a wake-up call. We cannot leave our right to privacy and our most fundamental freedoms up to chance. The government has no place inserting itself into the personal and private health care decisions of Americans, including access to contraception. But ongoing extreme attacks on women's freedom and control of our own bodies make clear that Congress must take action to protect our most basic right to medical care and contraception. There are countless reasons for patients to access contraception and why health care providers prescribe. These reasons are nuanced, complicated, and frankly, none of the government's business. I urge my colleagues to vote yes and to protect the privacy and freedom of millions of Americans, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 3 minutes to a leader on the Energy and Commerce Committee, Dr. Mike Burgess.
The gentleman is recognized.
And I thank the gentlelady from Washington for yielding. You know, practicing medicine for over 30 years back in Texas, I've personally prescribed a lot of contraceptives. I've seen the benefit that they have in the lives of women who use them. And I'll continue to support a woman's right to access contraception. But this bill brought to the floor of the House urgently outside of regular order, and there was no attempt to work with Republicans. The majority hastily put forward an incomplete product that at the end of the day is never going to see the light of day in the Senate. The Right to Contraception Act would establish a statutory right for patients to obtain contraception and for doctors to prescribe. The kindest thing I can say about this legislation is that it is duplicative and unnecessary. But unfortunately, it can also be damaging. Contraception is so broadly defined that it could guarantee access to medical abortion pills or even contraceptives that might not have FDA approval. It could lead to the dispensing of unsafe products. Even if a product gets FDA approval, it does not always ensure its safety. Essure was a medical device previously sold to cause sterilization. The FDA approved this device in 2002, but it didn't start examining reported concerns by users until 2015. In 2018, the FDA restricted the sale of Essure, and the manufacturer took the device completely off the market. The Dalcon Shield is an intrauterine birth control device manufactured and sold in the early 1970s. This device was responsible for many reported incidents of inflammatory infections, uterine perforations, spontaneous septic abortions, as well as at least 4 deaths. The FDA requested this device be taken off the market in October of 1974, but never issued a formal recall. Under the language of this bill considered today, a provider could provide that. When manufacturing ceased in 1976, more than 2 million of these devices had already been sold in the United States. Look, I'm the first to agree that the drug approval process at the FDA should be made faster, more transparent, safer, but imagine the dangers of allowing contraceptives and devices where the FDA has not even considered their safety. You will find consensus in the Energy and Commerce Committee amongst Republicans regarding preserving access to contraception if the Democrats had only decided to work. We had no legislative hearing. We had no subcommittee markup. We had no full committee markup. The bill was introduced last Friday, brought to the Rules Committee on Monday. I'm also a member of the Rules Committee, and so that was the only hearing that we had on this legislation. As I like to tell people, Rules
The time of
Committee
the gentleman
members
has expired.
are like the apex predators of the legislative process. We're
Time of the
only
gentleman
there at the
has
end
expired.
Of the row. This bill is bad. I urge it.
The time of the
not be
gentleman has
adopted.
expired. Gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
That was great.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes now to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Craig, who is the co-lead on this legislation.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. To tell you the truth, I'm disappointed to be here today, too.
the very idea, the very notion that we have to be here today, exerting, codifying the right for women to make their own health care and family planning decisions. It's 2022, and we are standing here today with Roe overturned, with 77% of this extreme GOP caucus voting against marriage equality. So you better bet that we are here because the Supreme Court has attacked reproductive rights. It is absolutely necessary that we take action today. See, for most of our lives, women across our country, including most in this room, have relied on birth control to exert control over their own future. And yet today, in the year 2022, many of those women are wondering if they will see that control disappear. And make no mistake about it, this is actually about control. An extreme GOP, an extreme Supreme Court, they want to take away your freedom and your control over your own lives. Quite frankly, it's tragic. And you're right. The idea that we are even standing here today having to consider legislation that would codify Americans' right to contraception, to birth control, to IUDs. And I can't believe you mentioned Trojan in your opening remarks. Today we are here because we are in an absurd time where an extremist GOP wants to take control. I urge a yes vote on this legislation today, and with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
It's back. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 5 minutes to the lady from Iowa, Dr. Marionette Miller Meeks.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Ranking Member Rogers. I rise today in support of allowing greater access to Safe and Effective Contraception Act and against H.R. 8373. My colleague, Dr. Michael Burgess, has listed its many flaws, and this is an extreme bill from a desperate majority. I was proud to join my colleague, Representative Hinson from Iowa, in introducing, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the motion to recommit so we can bring this bill to the floor. This bill would make FDA-approved oral contraceptives available for over-the-counter use. In 2019, I championed similar legislation as a member of the Iowa State Senate that would allow women over the age 18 to access over-the-counter oral contraceptives. As a physician, former director of the Iowa Department of Public Health, and as a mother, I understand how important it is for women to have increased access to oral contraceptives. The Iowa Senate knew it too, which is why our state Senate passed that bill and in overwhelmingly bipartisan support, and it would have passed with only Republican support. And today, I urge my colleagues to vote against H.R. 8373 and for the motion to recommit. Madam Speaker, over the past month, the issue of abortion has been a prevalent topic in the news in light of the Supreme Court's Dobbs decision. I am pro-life. Most of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are not. But regardless of our stance, we can all agree that we should enact policies to reduce the number of women who feel the need to seek an abortion. And the evidence is clear. One of the best ways we can prevent abortions is to increase access to contraception. Research has shown us time and time again that if you make it easier for women to access oral contraceptives, you lower the rate of unplanned pregnancies. Providing over-the-counter contraceptives is safe and effective for women. Oral contraceptives were first approved by the Food and Drug Administration in 1960 and have been on the market since. But H.R. 8373 would allow non-FDA approved drugs and devices. The ones that have been approved are safe and pose fewer health risks than some drugs that are already being sold over the counter. Oral contraceptives are one of the most popular methods for preventing conception and avoiding pregnancy. In addition, women use birth controls or oral contraceptives for a variety of other reasons. They use them for regulating menstruation, to prevent anemia, to prevent painful periods, and to address acne. Making oral contraceptives available over the counter will also provide benefits to populations that have historically faced challenges in accessing health care, such as low-income, rural, and young women. The NIH conducted a study that compared women receiving oral contraceptives through prescription to women who were able to get oral contraceptives over the counter. The results of this study indicated that women are more likely to continue taking oral contraceptives if they are able to buy them over the counter. We can also ensure that young women have timely access to care and more affordability, but we do not want women to circumvent getting their preventative health care. We can ensure that young women who are statistically less likely to seek regular care at a primary care provider or OB-GYN have access to oral contraceptives. And we can ensure that low-income women who may face financial challenges in taking time off their job to attend a doctor's appointment still have access to oral contraceptives. I want to be clear that this bill is not an effort to circumvent the need for women to seek regular preventative care. If oral contraceptives are approved for over-the-counter use, women should continue to meet with their primary care provider, and they should continue to see their OB-GYN. It's imperative that women are fully apprised of any potential side effects of contraceptives and advised if they are increased risk of potential side effects. But that is not what H.R. 73 does. It does not protect women's health. In my experience as a doctor and caring for women, we are knowledgeable, we are capable, and we are not going to avoid going to a doctor merely because we can get drugs or medicine without having seen that provider for a prescription. So I trust the intelligence and capabilities of women to make informed decisions about their own care. Let me be clear. Our oral contraception bill is pro-family, pro-women, and pro-life. H.R. 8373 is not. I urge my colleagues to do the right thing, vote yes on the motion to recommit and against H.R. 8373, and let's bring this common sense bill to the floor. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back, and thank you to my colleagues.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, just in response to the previous speaker, this bill defines contraceptives as those legally marketed under the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. Nothing prevents FDA to remove unsafe products from the market. And with that, I'd like to yield 1 minute to a member of our committee, Dr. Kim Schar of Washington State.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague, Representative Manning, for introducing this very straightforward bill. This bill affirms current law to ensure that women can determine the course of their lives and decide if, when, and under what circumstances to have a child. This is a fundamental right. Despite broad public support for birth control, we have already seen states use the Dobbs decision as an opening to try to block certain methods of contraception. So these actions bring new sense of urgency to make sure no one can take away this very important tool from women. As a pediatrician, I've had the privilege of helping young women decide which method of contraception would be best for them, and not one of them wanted to become pregnant anytime soon. Everyone should be able to choose the contraceptive that meets their needs without interference from politicians. This is not a controversial bill. It affirms our right to use contraception and for doctors to prescribe contraception. Frankly, it should get unanimous support in this chamber. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to clarify, the bill defines both contraceptive and contraception. Contraceptive is FDA approved. Contraception is not limited to FDA approved licensed products. Pleased to yield a minute to the gentleman from Indiana, leader on the Energy and Commerce Committee, Dr. Larry Bouchon.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in opposition to 8373. The bill isn't about access to traditional contraception. It's about preserving access to abortion drugs. As a physician, I adamantly believe the treatment decision should be made by the patient and their provider. In making that decision, they need to be fully informed, knowing what they're using, for what purpose, and whether the FDA has determined it's, number one, safe, and number two, unless the drug falls under right to try laws, fully proven to be effective. The legislation defines a contraception as any device or medication used to prevent pregnancy, whether specifically used to prevent pregnancy or for other health needs. No explanation of what the device or medication might be, and no definition or for other health needs. The bill is dangerously vague. It could be applied to chemical abortion drugs that end pregnancy in addition to traditional contraceptives. It could be used to provide statutory access to drugs without the guidance and administration of a trained healthcare professional or without any FDA review. I urge my colleagues to oppose
Time of the
this
gentleman has
ill-crafted
expired.
bill. I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Texas, a member of our committee, Ms. Fletcher.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the Right to Contraception Act. As an original co-sponsor, I thank Representative Manning for her leadership and her co-leads, Craig, Jacobs, and Williams, on this important bill, which responds to the very real threats to access to reproductive health care and bodily autonomy that we face today. We saw this threat in Justice Thomas's concurring opinion in the Dobbs case, suggesting the landmark case of Griswold versus Connecticut, which gave married couples the right to use birth control, should be revisited and overturned. And we see these threats from some in this body and in legislatures across the country. We certainly see it in Texas. We also see that this effort does not represent the desires of the vast majority of people I represent, who rely on contraception of all kinds every single day and have for more than 50 years. Yet we see these efforts to block women from accessing contraception that works for them, including IUDs. Once again, I am proud to protect the health, privacy, dignity, and autonomy of women and families across this country by voting yes on this bill, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will now yield 1 minute to our Majority Leader, Mr. Hoyer of Maryland.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I have 3 daughters. They're all adults. They're all amazed that we're here debating this issue. The ranking member said, me too, obviously for different reasons. 1965, the Supreme Court, long before any of the present justices had these theories about what due process is and is not, said that women had a constitutional right, and in addition to that, men, to seek services related to family planning. Madam Speaker, women's rights are under assault in America. From the very beginning, of course, women were second-class citizens. Until we radically, in the beginning of the last century, decided, oh, well, women are part of America and we're going to let them vote. And successively, we have taken steps to treat women equally. The Supreme Court's extremist Dobbs versus Jackson decision overturned 49 years of legal precedent and erased decades of progress toward women's equality. This bill deals with 57 years of constitutional law since 1965, when Griswold was decided 7-2. It was not a controversial opinion with the American people, nor, frankly, is this bill a controversial. Of whatever faith you may be. Not only did Republican-appointed justices strip women of their constitutional right to access safe, legal abortions, they also opened the door for lawmakers to restrict women's ability to make reproductive health care decisions. Justice Thomas, of course, as all of us know, issued a radical concurring opinion that called for a reconsideration of landmark legal precedents, one of which we're dealing with today. Griswold versus Connecticut, as I said, decided in 1965, which established Americans' constitutional right to contraception. Birth control allows women and their partners to make essential decisions about their health and their lives, including whether to have children and start a family. That is a consensus in America, overwhelmingly. Nevertheless, the Supreme Court has put all forms of contraception in jeopardy with this decision. Now, some say, no, it doesn't. But Justice Thomas points out that the rationale of Dobbs is equally applicable from his perspective, and in my opinion, from his perspective, he's probably right for himself and for radical members of the court. Restricting contraceptives means undermining women's health, personal privacy, and bodily autonomy. Now, there are many authoritarian regimes in the world that don't take any consideration into the rights we have over our own bodies. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, we need to do everything we can here in Congress to ensure that all Americans have access to safe, reliable contraceptive care. That's why I'm pleased to bring this bill to the floor. And I thank Kathy Manning for her leadership on the Right to Contraception Act. Also want to thank Representatives Williams, Jacobs, and Craig, as well as Lizzie Fletcher, who just spoke, for their leadership on this bill. I'm grateful to them for standing up on this issue, as well as to Chairman Pallone for moving quickly to advance this bill through the Energy and Commerce Committee. This legislation will enshrine the constitutional rights established by Griswold versus Connecticut and Eisenstadt versus Baird in federal statute, ensuring that Americans can access contraceptive care legally wherever they live. As I said at the beginning, my 3 daughters are amazed that this legislation is on the floor. Amazed that there would be a premise that somehow the Constitution did not guarantee to my 3 daughters the right to make these decisions, and not all of us. This is about freedom. This is about individual integrity. And this vote will show the American people where members stand on this question of whether it should continue to be legal for people in this country to pursue family planning as they perceive they want to do. So let's vote yes to promote women's health. Let's vote yes to prevent further restrictions on women's basic rights to privacy and autonomy. Let's vote yes for freedom. There's a lot of talk about freedom right up until the time one decides to restrict that freedom. And then it's okay. I urge all my colleagues to vote yes to protect the constitutional precedents, and freedom. And I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to clarify this legislation never went through the Energy and Commerce Committee. The only debate was in the Rules Committee. And I also stand here proud that in 2020, on the 100th anniversary of women gaining the right to vote, led by pro-life Republican women, they fought for decades. We have a record number of women serving in the House of Representatives, record number of Republican women. One of those from the class of 2020, the lady from Texas, Beth Van Dyne. 2 minutes.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to adamantly oppose H.R. 8373, the Payouts for Planned Parenthood Act, a poorly drafted and loosely defined bill that would be detrimental to women's health and send taxpayer dollars straight to abortion on-demand beneficiaries. This bill is not about contraceptives, which would prevent a pregnancy. This bill is about funding unlimited access to abortion pills. A woman's decision to get contraceptive pills should be an informed decision between her and her doctor and not a pop-up ad. H.R. 8373 would provide providers to administer non-FDA approved abortion pills under the guise of preventing pregnancy without considering the side effects, the overall safety of the drug, or its intended use. And I would inform the majority leader that in 1965, the ability to pop a pill to terminate a pregnancy didn't even exist, so was therefore not considered a right. This bill will send federal tax dollars to Planned Parenthood, override state laws, subvert parental rights, and void requirements for informed consent for sterilizations. This is not about protecting access to contraception, but rather federally subsidizing abortion providers and allowing unapproved, dangerous contraceptive drugs to be widely available. This bill is the Democrats' latest attempt at normalizing their radical agenda. Just last week, we voted on Democrats' abortion on demand bill that advocated abortion until the birth of a child. You want to talk about extreme? I am so sick of hearing about what women's rights are from a party that can't even define what a woman is. I stand in front of you, a very proud woman, and I can tell you that aborting a fully formed child is not a woman's right. The abortion industry continues to lie to women and put their lives at risk in order to line their pockets with the full support of my colleagues on the left. I urge my colleagues to vote against H.R. 83 and work on moving legislation that protects the unborn and empowers their mothers.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, may I inquire as to the time that remains on both sides?
The gentleman from New Jersey has 14 and 13 quarters. And 3 quarters. And the gentlelady from Washington has 8 and 3 quarters.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield now 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Jacobs, who's a co-lead on this legislation.
The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for making sure this bill could come to the floor so swiftly. Thank you to my friend, Congresswoman Manning, for your partnership on co-leading this bill with me. And thank you to Speaker Pelosi for her continued leadership in this post-Roe reality. Madam Speaker, this bill could not be more important. Because for me, and for tens of millions of Americans, these threats from Justice Thomas and the Supreme Court to take away our right to contraception are not abstract. I've lived my entire life with this constitutional right to contraception, and it's a right I've exercised for decades. Whether it was the birth control pills I used when I was a teenager to address debilitating cramps, the IUD I've relied on for years, or the Plan B I've used at times that was thankfully available over the counter when I needed it. I'm probably the first person ever to speak about using Plan B on the House floor, and I know I'm the first person in at least 35 years to talk about my period here. But you know what? We should be talking about it. We should be talking about periods and birth control and the health care that millions of Americans need for our everyday lives. Because this is not a side issue that only affects some people. This is a kitchen table issue. The decision of how and if and when to grow a family are decisions that are personal and private and should never be decided by the Supreme Court or Congress. It's a decision that is fundamental to our autonomy, our agency, and our ability to control our own lives. As a young woman, reproductive health care is my health care. And I'm so grateful that today we will take a step to codifying that access into law. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to yield a minute to a leader on the Energy and Commerce Committee, Dr. John Joyce.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentlewoman for yielding. I rise today in opposition to this legislation that has been rushed to the floor with no oversight and without a single hearing in the Energy and Commerce Health Subcommittee, the subcommittee of jurisdiction. It's clear that the majority is once again trying to score cheap political points in the press, and in the process to consider the patients and health outcomes have not been evaluated. This type of political malpractice would be similar to a doctor who prescribes a medication or recommends a surgery without doing the evaluation of the patient, without doing the due diligence, and without discussing the course of treatment, which is best. We cannot continue to rush to legislation without seeing the entire picture. As a doctor and as a representative, I urge my colleagues to reject this bill and allow the Committee of Jurisdiction to do the work that is necessary in order to bring effective legislation to the floor. Thank you, and I yield.
The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute now to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Sheila Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
My friends on the other side of the aisle must have amnesia. You know why we are on this floor today? Because of the Dobbs case of a runaway Supreme Court dominated by members who answered that they understood precedent in Roe v. Wade and ignored it. I want to thank Congressman Manning and all of the co-sponsors to recognize that we have to methodically protect women. Do you know what's happening to doctors? Every news station will have doctors on frightened about what they should do about women's health care. This is an important legislation, the right to contraception, because it does deal with menstrual regulation, endometriosis, or hormonal imbalance. Teenagers are given this because of menstrual problems, but those who don't understand this, they're standing on the floor talking about this is a runaway bill. If it's coronavirus, the monkeypox, or any other health matter, it is Democrats who are saving America. This legislation is definitely needed because the Supreme Court has trampled on the Constitution, trampled on the Ninth Amendment, trampled on the equal protection under the law. I support H.R. 8373 because there are women who are in need, who are vulnerable, who are individuals.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Madam Speaker. Who are minority women who need this legislation.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield now 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Barbara Lee, who co-chairs the Pro-Choice Caucus.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 8373, which I am a proud original co-sponsor. And I want to thank Congresswoman Manning for her tremendous leadership and also Chairman Pallone and Speaker Pelosi for bringing this bill to the floor. Now, as co-chair of the Pro-Choice Caucus, I know how important this bill is, especially after the Supreme Court's recent decision overturning abortion access. Radical extremists have been clear that they will be going after rights like contraception next, and that is just downright outrageous. It's hard to imagine so many freedoms are being taken away. Abortion and contraception, no access to family planning, and of course no support at all from Republicans for comprehensive sex education. Everyone should have the freedom to make decisions about their bodies, their lives, and their future. That includes the right to choose which FDA-approved method of contraception is best for them. The Pro-Choice Caucus and many of us have urged the FDA to make birth control available over the counter. Safety and efficacy are extremely important, and I urge the FDA to move quickly but carefully.
The gentlelady's time
birth
has
control
expired.
must be safe, accessible, and affordable.
The gentlelady's time
I urge
has
my
expired.
colleagues to vote yes. Thank you again.
The gentleman from New Jersey yields. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 1.5 minutes to the lady from New York, Claudia Tenney.
The gentlelady is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yes, my new district is actually where Susan B. Anthony, a pro-life woman Republican who got us our right to vote, actually was tried for voting, and just happy to be and proud to represent that district. Look, we are elected representatives. We should respect the Constitution and the due process by debating these issues through regular order, getting the input from the people we represent, not the political partisans on one side or the other. If we allow the majority to undermine constitutional safeguards for an imagined and fake emergency, they will create more imagined emergencies in the future to violate and undermine our constitutional principles and the right of the people to have a voice through representative government. The law is clear. For years, the Supreme Court has consistently found that Americans continue to have access to our many safe forms of contraceptive. Yet we're here today listening to another imagined emergency to try to repeal this right. The right to contraception is safe. This is not an emergency. Justice Alito's majority decision in Dobbs versus Jackson was clear. The decision to return to the issue of abortion to the states does not impact other issues like marriage or contraception, as stated numerous times by Justice Alito in his opinion. The real reason we're here today is because some of our colleagues would like to distract and scare the American people and score cheap political points rather than tackle the bread and butter issues affecting all Americans. The majority won't admit that their radical spending and war on energy have driven inflation and gas prices to record levels.
Time has expired.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute now to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark, who's our Assistant Speaker.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today we vote to protect the right to obtain and use birth control, a choice that should be yours and yours alone. As a reminder, the year is 2022, not 1922, not 1822. It is well established birth control is central to a person's ability to plan their future, to care for their families, get an education, have a career. But the extremist Republican Party is determined to take us back in time and take away our freedoms. Politicians have no business in your bedroom or your doctor's office. They are coming for birth control. They are coming for IVF. We have seen the plans. We've seen the legislation. House Democrats are taking a stand. We will defend our rights and defeat the Republicans' assault on freedom. I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to yield to a champion for life. 1 minute and 15 seconds, Chris Smith.
Thank you.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Madam Speaker, several pro-abortion policies are embedded in this bill, including Section 4B1, which states that, quote, any health care providers who provide contraceptives may not be singled out through any limitation or requirement. What does that language mean? Simply put, any federal or state policy that ensures that taxpayer-funded family planning clinics are not co-located with abortion clinics would now be absolutely prohibited under the bill. In 2019, President Trump promulgated the Protect Life Rule, reestablishing Ronald Reagan's Title X rule that prohibited taxpayer funding of the hundreds of family planning clinics that were co-located with abortion clinics. All funds were then redirected to family planning clinics that were not taking the lives of unborn babies. The original Title X statute of 1970 made clear that voluntary family planning projects should not be part of, should not be in a program where abortion is a method of family planning. President Reagan issued that rule in 1988. It was upheld by the U.S. Supreme Court in Russ v. Sullivan. Any future president now, if this legislation is enacted, would be precluded by law from reestablishing the Protect Life rule or any similar policy. Madam Speaker, Title X was intended to be about family planning, not abortion promotion.
The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, may I ask again about the time available on both sides?
The gentleman from New Jersey has 10 1/4 minutes. And the gentlewoman from Washington has 5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd yield now 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. DeGette, who is the chairwoman of the Energy and Commerce Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At the hearing I had on this issue in my subcommittee the other day, Dr. Resnick, the president of the AMA, said he doesn't want to have, when he's in clinic with a patient, a state attorney general sitting on his shoulder. And I know how he feels, because many of my colleagues on the other side not only want to stop a patient's ability and decision to have an abortion, they apparently want to tell people now what kinds of birth control you can use. I've heard today my colleagues on the other side say falsely that IUDs, that chemical birth control, that other forms of birth control are, quote, abortifacients. Not only is this patently untrue, but it harms millions of Americans. And I would say that I think that everybody listening to this debate is probably confused. My colleagues say, oh, we support birth control, but make no mistake about it. There have been bills in a number of states, and there have been bills in this body to ban common forms of birth control, not abortion, birth control, and that has got to stop. My colleagues across the aisle, they think that the rhythm method or condoms or something like that are okay, but the things women use to stop getting pregnant can't be used. And I think that's important to point out. I think every woman in America needs to know this, and frankly, every patient in America should be able to make their own decision about their health care for abortion and birth control. I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute now to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Frankel, who co-chairs the Democratic Women's Caucus.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My. Mark my words. The Supreme Court's decision to dismantle abortion was just the start of extreme unnecessary intrusion of our personal lives by Republicans. Next on their list, limit the right to buy and use the birth control that give the women the ability to plan their families. Now listen to this. This is not imaginary. This is happening right now. I was in the room, Madam Chair, I was in the room during committee debate when Republicans tried to go back to the horse and buggy days of birth control. On birth control counseling, condoms only, they said, saying no to even the mention of medically approved contraception like implants and IUDs. Really? That's crazy. And that's why we need to pass this bill right now, the Right to Contraception Act. And I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield now 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Pelosi, the Speaker of the House.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that your committee, Energy and Commerce, has a full legislative load, and that you prioritized this to made the time so that we could bring this to the floor in a timely fashion, because it means so much. As our distinguished colleague from Florida, Congresswoman Frankel said, my, here we are. I rise today in strong support of the Right to Contraception Act, which has to defend access to birth control from the radical right-wing assault on reproductive rights. It is outrageous that nearly 60 years after Griswold was decided, women must once again fight for fundamental freedom to determine the size and timing of their families, or if they even want young people having contraception in their exercise of freedom. But as Republicans turn back the clock on contraception, Democrats today are making it clear we are not going back. I wonder if some of our colleagues or even people who are advocating to prevent contraception know what is going on in their own families, with their spouses or with their children and the rest. Could it be that they are all just not using contraception? But as Republican, again, thank you to Kathy Manning, our lead sponsor. She has been so courageous so early on this subject, and I congratulate her and her staff for being so ready, as I commend the chairman for accommodating the legislation. I also join in thanking Sarah Jacobs, Angie Craig, and Nakima Williams, her co-sponsor on this legislation. And again, thank you, Chairman Pallone. Let's be clear that punishing and controlling women for using birth control is just another plank in the Republican extreme agenda for America. But House Democrats are fighting back. Our Right to Contraception Act enshrines into law the unequivocal statutory right to obtain and use contraception, and it protects against any extremist state laws that would seek to restrict that access. That way, even if the radical Republican supermajority on the Supreme Court succeeds in its mission to overturn Griswold, no American can be denied the basic right to birth control, to contraception. This is a matter of women's health to prevent unintended pregnancies and to treat or prevent many medical conditions. Contraception is a medical tool beyond contraception. This is a matter of economic justice. This is a kitchen table issue for America's families, as access to contraception is linked to higher rates of education and employment while reducing poverty. And this is an assault on lower income people in our country, and many of them people of color. This is an economic injustice assault as well. And importantly, it's a matter of fundamental freedom to make your own decisions about your own body and your own life. And proudly, the people are with us. 96% of voters agree that Americans should have access to contraception. By passing the Right to Contraception Act, the House Democrats take another strong step to protect freedom for women and for every American. Last week, our proud pro-choice, pro-women Democratic majority passed two major bills to restore and protect health freedom. Our Ensuring a Women's Right to Reproductive Freedom Act will protect the fundamental right to travel and obtain needed health care. That passed the House last week. Our Women's Health Protection Act will restore the essential protections of Roe v. Wade all across the country. Republicans have been clear, Madam Speaker. The Republican leader in the Senate has been clear. The goal is to ban abortion in our country. One of the Associate Justice of the Court has been clear. We've only just begun to overturn women's rights and individual freedom and privacy when it comes to interaction among us all. And earlier this week, the House passed the landmark Respect for Marriage Act to ensure that marriage equality remains the law of the land now and for generations to come, whether it's interracial marriage, whatever. Let us be clear, those who have opposed this vital legislation are only revealing their dark desire to punish and control Americans' most intimate and personal decisions. Madam Speaker, those of us who have served here for a while can tell you that House Republicans have been against contraception for decades. I couldn't even get our colleagues to vote for natural family planning when the Catholic Church came to us and said we need a correction in the law so that funds for natural family planning can go forth. Republican colleagues said, let us be clear, we are against family planning domestically or globally or internationally. We had one Republican vote with us and were able to pass the legislation as requested by the Catholic Church. What is this about? They're against birth control, but they're for controlling women. This is about servitude. This is about servitude. And you couldn't convince people. I would say to people that this isn't just about abortion. I understand people's position on that. I come from a pro-life family. I respect people's views. But this is about more than that. This is about contraception, birth control, family planning. But now, it's clear. Today, we'll have a vote to the right to contraception, and we'll see where our Republican friends are. And I hope they will be with us. We don't put this bill forth to put you on the spot. We put this forth to put women in control of their situation. I ask those who oppose contraception, again, Do you even know what's going on in your own families? Why don't you ask? Do we need a session of the birds and the bees to talk about why this is important? What's going on here? Is there blind desire to have women controlled and in servitude such that they don't even want to know the truth about family planning and contraception? It's never too late, even though you may have opposed this in the past, to stand up for the rights of your wives, your daughters, your granddaughters, and all of America's women. With that, I urge a strong, hopefully bipartisan vote to Right to Contraception Act. I thank the makers of this motion. Kathy Manning, thank you for your leadership. Sarah Jacobs, Nakima Williams, Angie Craig, and so many other co-sponsors, a long list of co-sponsors, over 150 immediately. And I very much thank the chairman for making this possible today. With that, I urge an aye vote and yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, so proud that it was pro-life Republican women like Susan B. Anthony that led the right to vote nearly over 100 years ago. And just to correct the record, I'd like to ask the chairman, both Speaker Pelosi and Majority Leader Hoyer suggested that there was a legislative hearing. I don't remember any legislative action. Chairman, was there any legislative action on this bill?
If the gentlewoman would yield, they weren't suggesting that there was a legislative hearing, just that the Energy and Commerce Committee worked to get this bill drafted with Ms. Manning and her staff.
Well, reclaiming my time, Diana DeGette, Congresswoman, my colleague on the committee, said that we had a hearing. It was an oversight hearing on Dobbs, and I want to quote, because the Democrat witness said it confirms the Democrats' Abortion on Demand Until Birth Act. The Democrat witness said that, quote, people find out they need abortions through their pregnancies, yes, at any time, for any reason. The issue at hand is the Democrats' extreme agenda, abortion on demand up until birth. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the lady from Oklahoma, proud member of the class of 2020, record Republican women, Stephanie Bice.
The gentlewoman from Oklahoma is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for yielding. I am offended that the other side of the aisle would make false accusations about Republicans' positions on contraception. This is fear-mongering of the highest degree. I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 8373, the so-called Right to Conception Act. This problematic legislation reinforces the left's pro-abortion agenda by utilizing an overly broad definition of contraception that includes pregnancy terminating abortion drugs. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle would incorrectly have the American people believe that Republicans don't care about women's access to contraception. This is false. In fact, a report released just this week by the Independent Women's Voice demonstrated that 84% of Republican primary voters support safe access to contraceptives. I am pro-life, and I support a woman's right to access contraception. That is why I introduced H.R. 8421, the Access to Safe Contraception Act, which would preempt states from establishing a ban on contraceptives while still respecting pro-life values. My legislation would safeguard access to contraception for Americans, including my 2 daughters, and importantly, does not protect the use of pregnancy-ending medications such as chemical abortion pills. I am also concerned that the bill we are considering today could endanger women by allowing the use of products or methods that are not FDA approved. Colleagues, we should reject this bill and instead bring up legislation to protect access to contraception in a way that respects the pro-life values of millions of Americans. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'd yield 1 minute now to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Chu.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
As the chair of the Contraceptive and Family Planning Task Force of the Pro-Choice Caucus, and as a woman who lives in America, I rise today in strong support of the Right to Contraception Act, which would ensure every American has the federally protected right to access the birth control method that works for them. Birth control is health care plain and simple, and it is critical to women's health and women's equality. And no one, not the Supreme Court, not Congress, not your boss, should be able to interfere with your family decisions. We've seen just how far this court of unelected judges will go to erode our constitutionally protected rights, which is why I am proud to support this very necessary bill today to create a federal right for providers to provide and patients to receive contraceptive services. Madam Speaker, it's of great urgency that this House pass this critical bill today and afford us the agency to make our own healthcare decisions. I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Republicans are so upset. The reality is it's their Supreme Court and Justice Alito who opened Pandora's box. And when we opened up the box and we looked in, we saw there were nesting eggs. There were all kind of issues there that were going to come to the fore. Clarence Thomas put a spotlight on it, and it involved gay marriage. It involved contraception. It was going to go further than Roe v. Wade. When they said they were originalists, we didn't realize that what they meant by originalists was everything origin came from them. They didn't care about precedent. Alito said Roe v. Wade was important precedent. Gorsuch and Kavanaugh said it was precedent. Roe v. Wade was settled. You can't trust the Supreme Court. They are radicals. They want to overturn privacy rights for all people in this country. Freedom is at stake. This bill needs to pass, and the only reason this bill is properly before this Congress is because of that Supreme Court that has gone off the radical right. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves from Washington. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute now to the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Adams.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in strong support of the Right to Contraception Act. Family planning is a private decision, and contraception should always be legal, from prophylactics to Plan B. But the Supreme Court's decision in Dobbs has opened Pandora's box. For some justices, judges, and state legislators, the next steps include rolling back established rights and precedents, including the right to contraception. And that's why the Right to Contraception Act is so important. This legislation establishes a statutory right to obtain contraceptives for healthcare providers to provide them. It protects Americans from state and local legislation that would deny people's access to contraceptives, from reproductive care to LGBTQ rights, and now to contraceptives. Congress has a responsibility to stop state governments from rolling back our rights. My granddaughters shouldn't have fewer rights than my daughter had. Pass the Right to Contraception Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute now to a member of our committee, a gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Tran.
The gentlewoman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Standing here today, 4 weeks after the Supreme Court's disastrous decision to overturn Roe, I fear for the future for my children. I fear for a future where Republican leaders agree with Clarence Thomas that the right for same-sex marriage should be revisited, that the right to birth control should be re-examined. Let me be clear, neither of those rights should be up for debate. We voted this week to protect marriage equality. We'll vote today to protect contraception. And for those who believe this issue isn't on the minds of millions of Americans, open your eyes. Republicans in Idaho and Louisiana are pushing to ban forms of birth control. The governor of Mississippi refused to rule out a contraception ban. Even the Republican Study Committee, which represents most House Republicans, has proposed eliminating contraception access programs for low-income Americans. That's not pro-life, it's anti-woman. Wake up already and join us in passing this critical legislation. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm going to ask you one more time for how much time remains on each side.
The gentleman from New Jersey has 2 3/4 minutes remaining. And the gentlewoman from Washington has 2 1/4 minutes remaining.
Thank you. I yield 1 minute now to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, there is no democracy if women do not have control over their own bodies, including reproductive health care. 27 days ago, an extremist majority on the Supreme Court fulfilled the Republican Party's decades-old goal of overturning Roe v. Wade. Next on the chopping block is marriage equality and contraception. Make no mistake, these right-wing extremists are not pro-life, but pro-government, controlling the bodies of women and girls. Their goal is to ban abortion in this country. Today, the House will pass Congresswoman Manning's Right to Contraception Act, which would codify the right to access birth control into federal law. I urge my colleagues in the Senate to pass this bill immediately so that people have the freedom to make their own decisions about their futures. We will not go back past this bill. It is fundamental to democracy.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to close. I don't know if the gentlewoman...
Thank you.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to yield the remainder of our time to another dynamic leader from the freshman class of 2020, the lady from Iowa, Ashley Hinson. Thank you.
The lady from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to present a reasonable solution to a challenge that millions of American women face: access to birth control. 70% of women aged 18 to 64 reported using oral contraceptives throughout their lifetime. A majority of women also support making birth control available over the counter without a prescription. And that's why I'll be offering a motion to recommit this bill in a few moments to stand for those women. Women should be able to access their preferred birth control method conveniently. Unfortunately, that is not the reality for many women. In rural Iowa, some women have to drive an hour to be able to see a gynecologist, and that means taking a day off of work, finding additional childcare, spending hours in a car, paying expensive gas prices to get there. This is unreasonable when we have safe, effective birth control options that have been FDA approved that still aren't available over the counter. My amendment would require the FDA to give priority review for over-the-counter access to routine use oral contraceptives that the agency has already deemed safe for women aged 18 and up. And I want to emphasize this is for regular birth control pills, not emergency contraceptives like Plan B. Making birth control available over the counter would have a significant impact on women's lives. My colleagues across the aisle give you a whole lot of lip service about supporting women. They claim that their policies, no matter how far outside of the mainstream, are the only way to support women. And that's just not true. Madam Speaker, I'm proposing a solution today that the overwhelming majority of American women agree with, making their regular birth control pill available at their local pharmacy. We have an opportunity here to work together to enact meaningful legislation that will benefit women. And instead, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have offered a bill that I simply cannot support. Their bill attacks conscience protections for providers, expands access to abortion pills, and risks women's health. But I'm not willing to vote no and just give up on this, so that's why I'm offering a solution that we should all be able to get behind. We should work together to make oral contraceptives more accessible. Vote yes on the motion to recommit today, adopt my amendment, and give women an over-the-counter option for birth control. And I'd ask unanimous consent, Madam Speaker, to insert the text of my amendment into the record prior to the vote on my motion to recommit.
Time has expired. Without objection, receive a message.
Madam Speaker, a message from the President of the United States.
Madam Speaker,
Mr. Secretary,
I've been instructed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing.
the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've heard many unfounded claims from the Republicans today claims that this bill would prevent FDA from acting to remove unsafe products or somehow direct funding for abortion. This bill simply provides a right to contraception. Republicans are trying to distract from their poor record on women's health. Now, the half measures that Republicans are purporting to bring forward today do not establish a right to contraception, nor do they ensure that hostile state legislators can't take away birth control in the future. Only the Right to Contraception Act ensures that. And that's why I support this legislation. I hope my colleagues will as well, and I urge everyone to vote yes on this bill. I yield back.
Thank you. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1232, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to protect a person's ability to access contraceptives and to engage in contraception, and to protect a healthcare provider's ability to provide contraceptives and contraception and information related to contraception.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mrs. Henson of Iowa moves to recommit the bill, H.R. 8373, to the Committee on Energy and Commerce.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question on the motion, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is...
Madam Speaker.
Sorry.
I request the yeas and the nays.
Okay. The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of passage. This is a 5-minute vote. Oh, this is a 15-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Jeffries of New York, Mr. Mfumi of Maryland, Ms. Demings of Florida, and Ms. Bush of Missouri, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Joe Wilson from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Porter, Ms. Williams, Mr. Bowman, and Ms. Sherfilis McCormick, I inform the House that those 4 members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Pennsylvania.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Chair, as the member designated by Mr. Smucker of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Smucker will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Peter DeFazio, and Mr. Mike Doyle, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker person, as the member designed by John Carter of the great state of Texas and Van Taylor of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that they will vote yea on the motion to recommit. Also, Paul Gozer of Arizona will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Escobar of Texas and Representative Spear of California, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Chair, as member designated by Ms. Salazar from Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Letlow of Louisiana, Ms. Walorski of Indiana, and Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, I inform the House that Ms. Letlow, Walorski, and Palazzo will all vote yea on the motion to recommit. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Pingree, Ms. Mang, Ms. Stevens, Ms. Brownlee, and Ms. Strickland, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Member John Larson pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Mr. Larson will vote nay.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Benny Thompson of Mississippi pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Rice of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Rice will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmembers Swalwell, Cahaley, Ledger, Fernandez, and Gomez, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Gallego, Wasserman Schultz, Christ, and Lawson, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Chair, as the member designated by Mr. Bergman of Michigan, I inform the House that Mr. Bergman will vote yay on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Foster, Mr. Ryan, Ms. Bass, Ms. Houlihan, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Valadeo of California, I inform the House that Mr. Valadeo will vote yay on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. LaTurner from Kansas, I inform the House that Mr. LaTurner will vote yes on the motion to recommit. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Barragan, Mr. Evans, Mr. Keating, Ms. Moore, Mr. Boyle of Pennsylvania, and Ms. Newman, I inform the House that these 6 members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lukemeyer of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Lukemeyer will vote aye on the motion to recommit.
On this vote, the yeas are 190 and the nays are 234. The motion is not adopted.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The chair asks all members in the chamber, as well as members and staff throughout the Capitol, to observe a moment of silence in memory of Officer Jacob J. Chestnut and Detective John M. Gibson of the United States Capitol Police, who were killed in the line of duty defending the Capitol on July 24th, 1998.
Is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Demand the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Walorski of Indiana, Ms. Letlow of Louisiana, and Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski, Ms. Letlow, and Mr. Palazzo all will vote nay on H.R. 8373. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Spear of California and Representative Escobar of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8373. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Smucker of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Smucker will vote no on H.R. 8373.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Benny Thompson of Mississippi, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote yes on H.R. 8373.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Letourneau from Kansas, I inform the House that Mr. Letourneau will vote nay on H.R. 8373.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Rice of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Rice will vote yes on H.R. 8373.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Valadeo of California, I inform the House that Mr. Valadeo will vote nay on H.R. 8373.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Jeffries of New York, Mr. Mfumi of Maryland, Ms. Bush of Missouri, and Ms. Demings of Florida, I inform the House these members vote yes on H.R. 8373.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lukemeyer of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Lukemeyer will vote no on H.R. 8373.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Pingree, Ms. Mang, Ms. Stevens, Ms. Brownlee, and Ms. Strickland, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8373.
Does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker personally is a member designated by Mr. Carter of Texas and Mr. Van Taylor of Texas and Paul Gozer of Arizona. Inform the House they will all vote no on 8373.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Peter DeFazio, and Mr. Mike Doyle, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8373.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Salazar from Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote yea on H.R. 8373.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmembers Swalwell, Cahaley, Ledger Fernandez, and Gomez, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8373.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Speaker Person, as member designated by Mr. Joe Wilson of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on H.R. 8373.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Larson of Connecticut pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Mr. Larson will vote yea.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Foster, Ms. Houlihan, Ms. Bass, Mr. Ryan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8373.
Does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Gallego, Wasserman Schultz, Christ, and Lawson, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8373.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Barragan, Ms. Newman, and Ms. Moore, by Mr. Evans of Pennsylvania, Mr. Boyle of Pennsylvania, and Mr. Keating of Massachusetts, I inform the House that these 6 members will vote yes on H.R. 8373.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sherfurlis McCormick, Ms. Williams, Ms. Porter, and Mr. Bowman, I inform the House that these 4 members will vote yes on H.R. 8373.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bergman, I inform the House that Mr. Bergman from the great state of Michigan will vote no.
On this vote, the yeas are On this vote, the yeas are 228, the nays are 195, and 2 are answering present. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergency Act, 50 U.S.C. 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to significant transnational criminal organizations that was declared in Executive Order 13581 of July 24, 2011, under which additional steps were taken in Executive Order 13863 of March 15, 2019, is to continue in effect beyond July 24, 2022. The activities of significant transnational criminal organizations have reached such scope and gravity that they threaten the stability of international political and economic systems. Such organizations are becoming increasingly sophisticated and dangerous to the United States. They are increasingly entrenched in the operations of foreign governments and the international financial system, thereby weakening democratic institutions, degrading the rule of law, and undermining economic markets. These organizations facilitate and aggravate violent civil conflicts and increasingly facilitate the activities of other dangerous persons. Significant transnational criminal organizations continue to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency with respect to significant transnational criminal organizations declared in Executive Order 13581. Signed sincerely, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, July 21, 2022.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. Entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for one.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to welcome the soon-to-be newest members of NATO, Finland and Sweden. Although the conflict in Ukraine has begun to fall out of the news cycle, the free world continues to be challenged by a violent autocrat with delusions of grandeur, making the strength of NATO all the more important. Every day, Vladimir Putin has demonstrated his willingness to kill and maim countless innocent civilians and trample international norms of hopes of reclaiming the glory of a long-gone empire. Invading Ukraine, Putin expected to fracture the world's response, dividing the United States and our NATO allies. Instead, he has done just the opposite. Led by the United States, the international community has stood in lockstep with the people of Ukraine, and now we are expanding the roster of NATO countries, creating a stronger and more united membership than ever before. Finland and Sweden's ascension to NATO will bolster our collective security and serve as a warning to Russia and all other global aggressors. The United States and the international community are more united than ever before. We will never tolerate attempts to expand sovereign borders through force. Not in Ukraine, not anywhere. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Dakota seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. So, Mr. Speaker, 175 native languages are spoken in this country today, and they are threatened. Without preservation efforts, by the year 2050, there will be fewer than 20 spoken. Now, for best fluency, you really should start language education by the age of 10. And luckily, that is what Pine Ridge's Thunder Valley CDC and the Rural Grant Initiative are doing. They're using dollars from the Esther Martinez Native Languages Program, which we have funded, to teach Lakota to the youngest students. It's incredibly powerful. Mr. Speaker, language is the lifeblood of culture. And I'm so proud that these two programs are working hard in South Dakota to preserve language and culture. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to share the direct investments in Pennsylvania's 5th District for workers and businesses provided by this year's National Defense Authorization Act. We worked hard to secure continued funding for the CH-47F Block 2 Chinook and V-22 Osprey programs, which provide good-paying local jobs to over 4,000 skilled men and women who build those aircraft in Ridley Park, Pennsylvania. In addition to supporting thousands of good-paying local jobs, the programs benefit dozens of small businesses and suppliers across Pennsylvania. I'm also pleased that this year's NDAA includes my bill to support federal firefighters in PA5 and across the country. Federal firefighters, like those at Philadelphia's Navy Yard, have some of the toughest jobs in our communities, but budget cuts have forced them to operate without full crews, making their jobs more dangerous. My bill requires the Department of Defense to adhere to national fire protection staffing standards at the Navy Yard and elsewhere. I'm proud that this year's defense bill recognizes the invaluable contributions of PA5 workers and businesses to our national security, and I'll continue to advocate for PA5 priorities as the legislation makes its way to the President's desk. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, imagine waking up one morning to a sharp, debilitating pain ripping through your lower abdomen that is so excruciating it brings you to your knees. Then going to your doctor seeking relief, only to be told that while the medicines exist, because of a new anti-contraception law, you will simply have to endure. Endure the unbearable pain that is all so consuming it limits your daily activities. By threatening access to contraception, this is the new reality extremists propose for thousands of Americans. Americans who rely on contraceptives to manage health challenges like menstrual cramps, hormone imbalance, and even acne are now grappling with the
fear of no access as the far right continues its war on reproductive health care. Today, I proudly voted for the Access to Birth Control Act because all Americans should have the right to access and use birth control, regardless of the reason why. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to express deep concern about the Japanese government's handling of the case of Lieutenant Ridge Alconis, a U.S. Navy officer stationed at Yokosuka Naval Base. In May 2021, Lieutenant Alconis and his family were on their way home from hiking on Mount Fuji. Tragically, Lieutenant Alconis lost control of his vehicle due to acute mountain sickness, causing him to lose consciousness. As a result, 2 bystanders tragically lost their lives. Lieutenant Alconis is remorseful for the medical incident that caused the events of that day. He has offered $1.65 million in extrajudicial restitution to the victims' families, a gesture expected in Japan, but far beyond the family's means. Ultimately, Lieutenant Alconis was sentenced this month by the Japanese High Court to 3 years in prison. I've been extremely upset to learn that the case was not conducted in a way that was fair to Lieutenant Alconis and that the Japanese government violated the Status of Forces Agreement, which governs the treatment of our service members there. I understand that our embassy in Tokyo has been monitoring this case, and I strongly urge them to do more to support a service member in need. My office has been working with the Department of the Navy and the Office of the Secretary of Defense to support Lieutenant Alconis and his parents, Suzanne and Derek, throughout this case. As I do, the Navy believes that this is the wrong sentence for Lieutenant Alconis. I won't be giving up on Lieutenant Alconis, and the Department of Defense must not either. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commemorate the life and legacy of my good friend and community organizer, Mary Chris of Fort Worth. Mary Chris was a mother, a wife, very organized in the community, and was blessed to have lived a wonderful life. She was so into I Am Terrell, loved the I Am Terrell Association, and being an alumni and someone that was revered within that high school alumni association. In addition to that, she also worked to organize her community and help and get street lights and stop signs put up in her Eastwood community in Stop 6, and was a longtime precinct chair and supporter of so many. But more importantly than that, Mary Chris loved God and was a devout member of Beth Eaton Baptist Church, and was married for over 5 decades to her husband, Carl, and raised her son, granddaughters, and loved watching her grandson after school. She was a family woman and just loved her family intensely, and she will be missed not only by her family, but everyone in the community, the I Am Terrell Alumni Association community, and everyone that knew Mary Chris. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? I apologize.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for 1 minute to address the House and to revise my comments.
Pardon the error. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to tell you about a remarkable constituent, Isabel Bueso. Isabel came to the United States legally in 2003 from Guatemala as a small child to receive treatment for her rare disease, known as MPS 6. She was invited here to participate in clinical trials to help research and identify life-saving treatments for her rare condition. Thanks in large part to her participation, the FDA approved a treatment which the drug manufacturer says Isabel cannot receive in her home country. Before her treatment was discovered, Isabel's life expectancy was 7 years. Now she's 26 years old, having survived far beyond that, and helped others to survive because of her participation in this treatment trial. The previous administration unexpectedly canceled the program that Isabel and her family were under, and they were told that they had to leave in 33 days or risk being deported. Thanks to the American public and their outrage at this decision, and others like it, Isabel and her family were able to stay, and it was reinstated. We have a private bill that is now over in the Senate, and we hope the Senate will approve this so Isabel and her family can stay here in the United States safely. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Maureen L. Mulville, who was awarded the 2022 International Chief Science Officer Mentor of the Year Award. Maureen is the president and CEO of Actuated Medical in Bellefonte and has served her community as a leader and role model for over 15 years. She earned her master's and PhD in materials science from the Penn State University before co-founding Actuated Medical. While navigating the growth of her company, Maureen has continually dedicated time to supporting students in her community. She invited students studying science, technology, engineering, and math to shadow employees at Actuated Medical and provide them with the opportunity to learn about engineering professions. Maureen's career is a testament to the success and importance of small businesses in our local communities. Mr. Speaker, the Chief Science Officer Mentor of the Year Award recognizes Maureen's continued dedication to supporting local students as they prepare for STEM education and professions. Congratulations, Maureen, on your successful career. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Over this past week, we've had to raise concerns about whether the Constitution still stood strong. I'm glad that we have worked hard to ensure the Ninth Amendment and the equal protection of the law are viable parts of American society and constitutional rights. I rise today to promote H.R. 40, the Commission to Study Slavery and Develop Reparation Proposals, as a way of redress, repair, and restoration for the 246 years of slavery. I think it is important and an important moment for the country to pause and understand this historic moment in our history of the contributions that slaves made, including building this very place, the United States Capitol and the White House, and as well the economic engine that they created with making cotton king, never to be compensated, never to be provided, but still turned into patriots and fought in every world war. It is crucial that we move expeditiously to establish this commission to tell the story and to work on the restoration of the disparities that are found in the African American community from east to west and north to south. I cannot think of a reason why this House and this administration would not want to move on something as embracing as H.R. 40. Let's move it now.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. And from Louisiana seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for the purpose of inquiring to the Majority Leader the schedule for next week.
Without objection.
Also, Mr. Speaker, ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you. With that, I am happy to yield to my friend, the Majority Leader of the House, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer.
I thank Mr. Scalise for yielding. Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, the House will meet at 12 p.m. for morning hour and 2 p.m. for legislative business, with votes postponed, as usual, to 6:30 p.m. On Wednesday and Thursday, the House will meet at 10 a.m. I'll reiterate that because that's 2 hours earlier than the usual meeting, but we have a lot of business to do. So the House on Wednesday and Thursday will meet at 10 a.m. for legislative business. On Friday, the scheduled last day of the session before the August break, the House will meet at 9 a.m. for legislative business. Next week, pending action of the Senate, hopefully, the House will consider the CHIPS Plus legislation to combat inflation by easing supply chain bottlenecks in semiconductors that are critical components in everything from cars to dishwashers to small electronics. Essentially, all of that, so many things that we use rely on having chip presence. That will help lower costs for Americans and increase supplies. This bill also will authorize a generational shift in research and innovation in America, helping ensure the next big ideas will start here and, importantly, stay here. The House will also consider H.R. 5118, the Wildfire Response and Drought Resiliency Act. All of us have seen the awful drought and wildfires that are occurring in the West and in other parts of the country, actually. A package of bills aimed at helping these living in Western states meet the challenges of fire and drought exacerbated by the climate crisis will be in that legislation. It would save lives, property, and farms and businesses from damage and destruction of fire and extreme drought. The House will also consider, Mr. Speaker, Representative Kilde's bill, the Susan Muffley Act, to restore retirement benefits for over 20,000 hardworking Delphi salary employees. That is a bipartisan bill. We'll also consider Representative Quigley's H.R. 263, the Big Cat Public Safety Act, which would ban the private ownership of big cats and bring an end to the harmful cub petting industry in an effort to enhance the safety of our communities. The law enforcement, which you may not think about, the law enforcement has indicated this is a significant issue for them because they're the ones that are called in to handle it. This is an effort to enhance the safety of our communities, protect first responders, and safeguard these wild animals. The other reason it's on is because the Senate has asked, and I think there's a possibility that they will pass this through their unanimous consent process. Representative Jayapal's bill, H.R. 3771, dealing with South Asian Heart Health Awareness and Research Act, will also be on the floor to raise awareness regarding the alarming rate of heart disease in the South Asian community and invest in reversing this trend. Lastly, I would say that we're going to have Representative Liz Cheney's H.R. 4040, the Advancing Telehealth Beyond COVID-19 Act, which would further extend critical telehealth policies implemented during the pandemic while also making it easier for seniors, especially those in rural areas, to access emergency health care technologies. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the House may consider public safety legislation, including legislation marked up yesterday by the House Judiciary Committee, with a focus as well on accountability in terms of enforcement. The House will consider bills under suspension of the rules, of course. The complete list of suspension bills will be announced by the close of business today. And as always, additional legislative items are possible, particularly in this last week for us of our planned session prior to the August break. And I thank the Republican whip for yielding. Mr. Scalise, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. And a few bills that we've been hearing might come that weren't discussed, and I know the gentleman alluded to the CHIPS Act. I know the Senate still hasn't finalized anything there. We are hearing they may. There are some other bills we've been hearing might come over, of course. There seems like hearing talk that something on Build Back Better may come back over on budget reconciliation, whether it's the trillion plus, whether it's something different, whether we would come back in August to deal with that. I don't know if the gentleman can touch on what he might be hearing from the Senate, and if there would be any plans beyond next week to come back in August, where it's currently not scheduled to be a legislative period, that we would be in session. Not sure if the gentleman is
I thank
willing
the
to share that, but I'd yield.
Thank the gentleman for his question. Of course, we're all hearing rumors all the time and press reports all the time about what may happen. I think most of us don't know actually what will happen. But to speculate, we clearly on our side of the aisle, and obviously there's discussion that continues in the Senate about taking some parts of the reconciliation bill that can be agreed upon by sufficient numbers to pass it through reconciliation. And if something does happen, and it doesn't happen next week, and it happens the following week when we will not be here, then we may well have to come back. And I tell the gentleman the reason for that is it may well deal with the Affordable Care Act and the premium subsidies that were included in the American Recovery Plan, and then furthered, extended in the Build Back Better Act. The reason that's important is because the insurance companies will be setting prices in September and maybe as late as October, and they will need to know what, in fact, in order to price their product properly, they'll need to know what we are going to do. Now, with respect to the gentleman's, and everybody's interested in this, of course, and the gentleman asked the question, I think that everybody's, are we going to come back in August? I don't know the answer to that, but I will tell you this, and you and I have discussed this before. One of the reasons we're leaving next week and the week thereafter is because we have a lot of people with young children. We see them on the floor all the time. And of course, schools now are going back earlier than they used to. When I was in school in the 1800s, schools went back after Labor Day. Now, as you know, we have schools going back as early as the middle of August. And therefore, what we've tried to do is have 2 weeks that members will have to be with their families on vacation. So my expectation is if we have to come back, we will not come back during the first 2 weeks. So that would be, from my perspective, and I don't want to guarantee that, but I feel pretty strongly about that. And I'm telling our members that, and I wanted to respond publicly, but we may have to come back in August again, because if the Senate passes language, if it has an impact on ACA, then we need to let the insurance companies know, not as a favor to them, but as a favor to our constituents, so the pricing of their product will be more affordable. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman, and I appreciate especially the concern about that first 2 weeks, because as with my family, a lot of families, those first few weeks where the families are still together before everybody goes back to school, a lot of plans are made. We have a lot of work to do. We also have families, and you don't want to, to lose that element of having people be able to spend the time back in their districts and back with their families. If schedules have to change, to at least give some lead time. And I know members on both sides appreciate that. Clearly, a lot of this depends on what the Senate does or doesn't do. For those of us that would prefer the Senate work in a bipartisan way, or especially work in a way that focused on addressing and being aware of the inflationary problems in the country. And of course, we just saw last week 9.1% inflation, 40-year high. A lot of that driven by the spending in Washington. There is still talk that the Senate is trying to reach some agreement that would lead to potential large amount of tax increases. $1 trillion is a number that keeps being thrown around. It seems like trillions of dollars keep getting thrown around to the point where inflation has gotten out of control from the spending. We all know how much families are paying in so many things, gas prices, when they go to the grocery store, all the things that they buy, if they can afford to buy those things, are dramatically higher. Hopefully the Senate doesn't keep adding to that inflation by coming up with more ways to spend money that we don't have. We will see. There's also talk that as part of the Obamacare subsidies, that's a whole nother conversation, that bill still needs heavy subsidies and is not affordable, but that they're talking about drug price controls that would be paired with that. And again, more a message to our friends on the other side of the chamber in the Senate, just for situational awareness. When countries do price controls, there is a cost in terms of life-saving drugs that are not available in countries where they've done price controls. And when you look at the United States, clearly a leader in innovation, we've seen it with Operation Warp Speed, where we were able to get 3 different vaccines approved in less than a year because we encourage innovation in this country. We don't penalize that innovation, but there are countries that do try to fix prices. And while it might sound populist to do it, the cost for those countries is that many life-saving drugs are not available in those countries. We all hear about Canada. Canada clearly is a country that fixes prices. France is a country that fixes prices. You can see here almost half of the drugs that are available in America that save lives are not available in Canada and France. And so I know there's a temptation as they're negotiating over in the Senate to get into the price-fixing business. I'm not sure which life-saving drugs the Senate would like to remove off the shelves of the United States, but there will be life-saving drugs removed off the shelves. Let's not do to drug manufacturing and life-saving innovation in America what they've done to baby formula in America, where you can't even find it on shelves. You will not be able to find many life-saving drugs on the shelves in America if they go to price fixing. So I know it's a heated negotiation over there. They haven't come to an agreement. Hopefully they won't come to an agreement on something that would actually take life-saving drugs off the shelves in this country, but I would yield to the gentleman.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. We're all very concerned about inflation, and one of the things that I talked about in the Affordable Care Act, a significant cost for Americans is their health insurance, and that bill is designed specifically to help them with the costs that they're incurring. But I would point out to the gentleman, and hopefully gas prices, which are a significant part of inflation, have come down 36 days in a row, come down over half a dollar in most areas of the country. And so we're making some progress, but not enough. We passed a bill, of course, through this House, which talked about price gouging. I don't know that anybody is for price gouging. Obviously, how to define price gouging is not simple. But having said that, I think certainly Americans don't want to make sure that they aren't gouged because they have to have a product. We've also passed the food and fuel to help with supply lines, help with competition, and help consumers bring their food prices down and gasoline prices by, for instance, helping out in the Midwest with E15 being available, which is a cheaper price. So the gentleman's correct. We have and we are dealing with inflationary issues. In fact, hopefully the CHIPS bill is going to pass the Senate. Hopefully we're going to pass it here, and it will have other items involved in it, hopefully dealing with manufacturing. I have an agenda that I think the gentleman has heard me talk about probably ad nauseum, make it in America. I believe we ought to make things in America, and we ought to, in doing so, help bring prices down, because we'll have supply availability here. I don't know whether the gentleman's heard me use a phrase, we need to stop relying on the unreliable. I think the gentleman's made some of those comments himself. I also want to say that there's a lot of, in my opinion, political assertion of the fact that this administration has caused inflation, which I think is completely without any factual support. And in fact, although clearly inflation is unacceptably high at 9.1% in June, the OECD average of economic developed countries in the world is 9.6%. So this is not something unique to America. It is a global inflation. It's not Biden policy inflation. It's a global, largely caused by the pandemic, largely caused by the reduction in supply of goods and the reduction in demand for a period of time. And then with the American Rescue Plan, we saw in our country, but all over the world, there became a surge of demand. But because you'd had the pandemic and you'd sent workers home and they hadn't come in to produce goods, the supply was down, the demand went up, and unfortunately inflation followed, which is very harmful to our people. As I say, the average OECD, however, is higher than we are. We're not an outlier. The G20 average is 8.8%, just about exactly what we are. And our closest peers, Germany, Canada, and the UK, are all around 8% inflation. So we're all in that place where inflation is causing our people a lot of pain, and we need to deal with it. The President's been trying to deal with it, and I think we've been trying to deal with it. As I said, we passed a lot of legislation. I think the CHIPS bill is going to have a really big impact. The car and the car industry and related is 1/3 of inflation. Why is that? Because the chips shortage has caused literally millions of cars to be sitting on docks or being sitting on parking lots somewhere unable to be sold because can't get the chips. Used car prices have gone up because they're in greater demand. And again, when you have greater demand, prices go up. So I would say to my friend, you and I agree 100% that inflation needs to be dealt with. The Fed obviously is trying to do that as well, because one way you deal with inflation is to increase interest rates and try to slow down the economy. And when you slow down the economy, what you're trying to do is reduce demand to meet supply and stabilize prices. So I say to my friend, we've been doing a lot of things to try to deal with inflation. I mentioned a number of those bills that we passed. A number of them are still in the Senate. But let us hope that the gasoline prices keep coming down. Now, there's some who speculate, well, they may go back up. They're not set by us. They're set on the international market. And clearly, there is no doubt that the war has had an impact on those prices, and a significant impact on those prices. Not the only reason, because as I said in our colloquy a couple of weeks ago, the oil companies reduced by 800,000 barrels per day production. Why? Because demand was down. Why? Not for a bad reason. The pandemic kept people in their homes and they weren't driving, and so demand went down. So the normal reaction of the supplier was to reduce their supply, which all is to say, this president believes that inflation is one of the top problems confronting the American people and the administration, and is going to continue to work, try to bring that down. I'm hopeful the CHIPS bill comes over soon. Senate gets that done in whatever form it comes. I hope it's more robust than less robust, and I think it'll have a positive impact on bringing down inflation. And I yield back.
Thank the gentleman, and I know there's been a lot of work by members on both sides on the CHIPS Act. Mr. McCall on our side, through the China Task Force, put out a number of recommendations. CHIPS Act was one of them. Of course, one of the concerns we're seeing is that bill continues to be negotiated in the Senate. It's not being negotiated more narrowly. It's being loaded up to the point where we're hearing numbers of well over $100 billion in unpaid for new spending as part of that bill. And as we talk about inflation, any economist will tell you inflation is too much money chasing too few goods. And if we already acknowledge there are too few goods, to put another $100+ billion, maybe $150 billion, it keeps growing every day, of borrowed money, none of that, they're not prioritizing existing money. everything we're hearing is all of it would be completely borrowed money. Next week, we're hearing the Fed's going to raise interest rates maybe up to another point. And that's without $100+ billion of additional debt being added on. And so if the Fed is telling us that the spending is leading to higher interest rates, which makes it harder for low-income families to buy their first home, for people to maybe expand a business where they can hire more people to go and meet the needs of the supply chain, they won't be able to do that if interest rates keep going up. And yet, as interest rates are about to go up again next week, the Senate's trying to figure out how to keep adding and adding and adding on top of what's already probably well over $100 billion in borrowed money that they're going to send over here. So I hope we would keep that in mind as we're also trying to address these other problems like gas prices. And I would ask the gentleman, I know we've talked about this many times, shared it with the Majority Whip last week, would ask the Majority Leader again. We've identified a number of bills that have strong support that would address the many problems we're hearing that are leading to an inability to produce energy in America. You know, we saw the president go hat in hand to Saudi Arabia last week, as I and many others predicted. We all knew that they were going to tell the president no. But I also suggested that if the president just saved the 11,000 plus miles on Air Force One and stayed here and called places like Port Fourchon in Louisiana, they would say yes to producing more energy, not in Saudi Arabia where their carbon emissions are much higher, but here in the United States where nobody in the world does it better, does it cleaner, more efficiently, and that would create more jobs in our country. That would give more energy security to our country. It would allow us to lower gas prices, not just for us, but for our allies around the world. And yet, instead of working with us on these bills, the president chooses to go to foreign countries who have no interest in lowering gas prices. And so we still end up in this situation. So I don't know if there's an opportunity to get any or all of these bills brought up where we could actually come to an agreement on some things that would move the needle and help families in America lower gas prices. Today, we're still over double what the price of gasoline was before President Biden took office. And so wherever the price moves up or down, when families are paying over $150 to fill up their car, it is taking a huge hit out of low and middle income families' budgets, and that is one of the driving factors behind a sluggish economy. I don't know if the gentleman wants to make an announcement of some of these bills coming to the floor. I would welcome that, but I would yield.
And it would surprise him. Mr. Speaker, we've had this discussion for over a month now about these bills, but also every time we have it, there is the plea that we produce. And if we'd only produce. And I bring this statistic up, it's the only one, as the gentleman knows, as a result of our going back and forth, I prepared a paper here as to what, in fact, I haven't prepared it, my staff has prepared it, and they've done an excellent job, as to what actually is the fact. And one fact, U.S. rig count, that's what drills for oil, is at current levels of 733. That is up 272 from 1 year ago. That's a 59% increase from a year ago. So that there is no doubt that we are producing more. Now, as a practical matter, those of us who believe in the private sector and the capital system understand that the reason production goes up because demand goes up. And therefore, companies want to sell more. But there are also companies who have not chosen to produce more for reasons of their own business judgments as to whether they think producing more will cause them to have better profits or lower profits, or even. So this administration has presided over greater production in their first year than was true in the first 3 years individually. I mean, each year, 17, 18, and 19. Than each one of those 3 years under the Trump administration. So we're producing oil, and we're producing product, and we're going to continue to do that. And I could, statistic after statistic, how many applications have been approved, how many are approved and ready to go and not being used. But rather than just rehash that, I will simply say, back to the issue of the gas prices. Gas prices are lower today in real terms than they were at the end of the Bush administration in 2008. I pause for emphasis. In real dollars, the cost of gasoline at the pump at the end of 2008 was higher than it is today, and it is way too high today. I remember I was out in Virginia, a rural area, and I saw gas for $4.36. Now, at home it had been almost $4.95, and that was an extraordinary decrease. And I said, boy, look at that. And then I caught myself, because it is still a burden on our consumers, middle-class working families, when, as the whip says, they confront a price of 2 or 3 times what they were used to filling up their car. So we need to continue to work on that, and I disagree with the whip in the sense, Mr. Speaker, that I think the President's visit overseas, there was some controversy to it. I get that. I think it was very positive vis-a-vis our close ally, Israel. Israel said it was a very productive visit, and I'm glad the President did that. I also think that it gave additional stability, indicating that this President, although we're focused like a laser on Ukraine and we're focused like a laser on the Far East, we are still focused on the Middle East and trying to make that region of the world a stable region of the world. So I will yield back to my friend.
Thank the gentleman, and clearly this debate will continue. It would be great if we were debating these bills next week. So I stand to be surprised, and happily surprised if the announcement comes out over the weekend that some or all of these bills will be brought to the floor. I would give the gentleman a prediction that if the House were to take up and pass these bills, that we would see a dramatic reduction in the price of gasoline. So I'll leave that out there for the gentleman to consider as one more reason why these would be good debates to have, where we could talk together in support of good policy, and we're both blessed with good staff that help us identify really good pieces of legislation that we could bring to address these big problems that families are facing. And unless the gentleman has anything else, with that, Mr. Speaker, I am happy to yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from from Texas, Mr. Gomert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is always an honor, it's a privilege to have a chance to address the House, the Speaker. There's so much that is so critically important going on these days, especially this week, and want a chance to address those. I have a friend from Texas who hopes to address the House, and I had advised him I would yield him such time as he may use. So my friend. You know, people say that a lot, my friend. But Randy Weber is a dear friend. And I think he'll be out any moment. In the meantime, bills that I think we had 11 to 12 hour hearing on yesterday in judiciary. There's my friend, and I will get into that momentarily. But at this time, I would yield my dear friend from Texas, Southeast Texas, whatever time he may use.
Well, Judge, I thank you for yielding, and my friend from Northeast Texas, and we are going to miss you. You've had quite a distinguished career, both before you got into Congress and then when you got demoted to Congress. And we appreciate you, and I just can't tell you how much we really appreciate you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of country music legend Mickey Gilley. Mickey Gilley passed away Saturday, May 7th in Branson at the age of 86. Born on March 9, 1936, Gilley was a native of Natchez, Mississippi, where he grew up around his two famous cousins, Jerry Lee Lewis and Jimmy Swaggart. In his career, Gilley earned 39 top hits and 17 #1 songs. With 6 Academy of Country Music Awards, a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and a member of the 2011 Texas Country Music Hall of Fame, Gilley was also one of only a few artists who have also received the Academy of Country Music's Triple Crown Award. But it was the opening of the Country Dance Club bearing his name that changed the world of country music forever. It was 1971 when Mickey officially opened the doors of his famous honky tonk. Gilley's reputation grew so much that Hollywood even took notice with the hit movie Urban Cowboy, where he even made an appearance alongside of none other than John Travolta, Deborah Winger, and Johnny Lee. Inspired by the real-life romance of a pair of the club's patrons, Urban Cowboy put Gilley's on the map, revived music careers, launched others, introduced two-stepping to a whole new audience, and created a lifestyle that's been adopted by millions. Following his role in Urban Cowboy, Gilley found himself performing in the main showrooms in places like Las Vegas, pardon me, Reno, Tahoe, and Atlantic City, and even traveling to Europe to perform. Gilley even performed for Presidents Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush. Over the decades, Gilley appeared in a number of popular television series, including The Fall Guy, Fantasy Island, Dukes of Hazzard, Murder, She Wrote, and Chips. Not only will Mickey Gilley's music live on in the hearts of so many that loved his music, but his cultural influence cannot be understated. Urban Cowboy became an American phenomenon, and it was influenced by the real-life stories of Gilley's patrons, Dew Westbrook and Betty Helmer. Urban Cowboy told the story of a West Texas farmhand who was new to the area and working his first job at a refinery. This film introduced country dance to America and created that lifestyle that was been adopted by millions. Even more surprisingly, it directly resulted in the most unlikely outcome of all. Country western music became mainstream. Once considered outdated hillbilly attire, cowboy hats and belt buckles became high fashion. On Saturday, January 29th, Mickey came to the Galveston Regional Chamber of Commerce's celebration, the 50th anniversary of Gilley's and the 42nd anniversary of Urban Cowboys. It was a great celebration with thousands, and Mickey actually sang for us to the delight of the crowd. We even presented him with a copy of a tribute that I had done to him right here on the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives and a plaque commemorating that event. Mickey Gilley will be missed, but his legacy will live on, not only in the hearts and minds of those who loved his music, but also in America's love of country western music. Wrangler jeans, cowboy boots, and yes, the pickup trucks. He has even been featured in the very popular Texas Hot Country magazine. I know the publisher well, Leon Beck, great guy. Gilly was preceded in death by his wife Vivian, who passed in 2019. He is survived by his wife now, Cindy Loeb Gilly, his children Kathy, Michael, Gregory, and Keith Ray. He's got 4 grandchildren, 9 great-grandchildren, and his cousins Jerry Lee Lures, and I believe Jimmy Swaggart, although someone told me here recently he might have passed already. My deepest sympathies go out to his family. Thank you, Mickey Gilly, for introducing our way of life to the world. You will forever be a legend. And Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield back, and thank you, Judge. Thank you. You bet.
I appreciate my friend bringing that to our attention. Great tribute to a great man from a great man. And I did attend and help things out at Gillies on number of occasions there in Pasadena, Texas, that is, right not far from downtown Houston. And I don't know, I guess I had the look that I could ride a bull because they turned it up as high as it could go, wheeling, and it was something. But I got better at it, but that was tough when they put that thing on full speed, yanking back and forth. I just knew I wasn't going to ride a bull in a rodeo. But rather prophetic, too. Mickey Gilly, one of his biggest hit songs, Don't the Girls All Get Prettier at Closing Time? Quite an astute observation. But we were young then. It was interesting hearing the colloquy, the exchange between Representative Scalise and Leader Hoyer. Discussion about inflation. I remember quite vividly the years under President Gerald Ford, and he adopted WIN, had WIN buttons, W-I-N, stood for Whip Inflation Now. And the failure of the policies at that point to whip inflation helped bring in, along with Watergate, helped elect President Jimmy Carter, and things just got worse and worse. We lost our national or international standing. Countries did not respect us. Beginning in 1978, I was stationed at Fort Benning, Georgia. Said before, we weren't in combat during my 4 years on active duty, but I still have deep regrets that President Carter did not respond more appropriately when an act of war occurred in Iran, in Tehran, when our embassy was attacked and over 50 employees taken prisoner. We were put on alert. That went up at Fort Benning, and people weren't sure who all was going to be going if, group there was sent. But I still believe, having lived through those days, watching every development, that if President Carter had made clear to the Iranians, you will either release, and initially they started out, I think it was around 3 days, the spokesman for the Ayatollah kept saying the students attacked the embassy, the students took the hostages. I mean, I was young, but I wasn't stupid, and it appeared pretty clear to me that the spokesman for the Ayatollah was giving himself a back door. The students did this. That way, if President Carter reacted as he should have and said, you'll either release those hostages, get them released from the students, play along with the ridiculous thing they were saying. If you don't get those released within 48 hours, say 72 hours, something like that, then we're sending as many people as it takes to get our people back and to stop the act of war you started. But if it's the students, you can just take care of that quite easily. But again, you don't release them, see that they're released, we're coming, and if you harm one hair on their heads, then we are going to take everyone associated with the Ayatollah Khomeini, including the Ayatollah Khomeini, out. They will not exist after we come. And I really felt like if President Carter had taken that strong position, they would have been released. He couldn't bluff. He has to be serious about it. But if he had said it, wasn't bluffing, then I really felt like they would have been released. And nobody was dying to go to Iran at Fort Benning, but everybody I knew was willing to go and give up their lives if necessary. That was part of being in the service. But that never happened, and it took getting a new president, Ronald Reagan, in office before people around the world began to take the United States seriously. But some in this body have talked before about, oh no, we don't want to give the radical Islamists something to recruit with. Well, one of the best things they ever had to recruit with was President Carter and his unwillingness to take a stand and make a difference. And as a result, it's my belief that having studied history my whole life, majored in it in college, never stopped studying it, that we lost thousands of American lives because we didn't have a president in President Carter that engendered respect. And respect carries a little element of fear. We didn't have that. And as a result, for decades, Americans had suffered. At this time, I want to recognize my friend, Ms. Miller, for whatever time she cares to use. Okay.
Thank you, friend. In just 1 week, House Democrats have managed to bypass the wishes of the American people and pass radical legislation that permits abortion through the 9th month, assures payouts to Planned Parenthood, attacks the traditional family, and eliminates medical supervision for chemical abortion pills. The American people, who overwhelmingly oppose abortion through the 3rd trimester, are appalled by the radical left-wing agenda put forth by the Speaker. House Democrats are pushing extreme left-wing agenda. They are trying to distract from the surging gas prices, record inflation, and the crises at the border which they created. It took less than 2 years for woke leftists to destroy the American economy, which was booming under President Trump's leadership. These same leftists have also openly advocated for open borders, transgender surgeries on teens, and removing the Second Amendment rights of our citizens. All of these initiatives are deeply unpopular with the American people, and I will always vote no on the radical agenda of the left. Thank you.
And when Mary Miller tells you something, you can count on her being truthful about it. So yesterday, we had many hours of hearing in judiciary on a couple of bills. One of them, the Democrat majority And leaders in the judiciary in the Democratic Party were saying repeatedly that no one has gotten the immunity from liability like the gun manufacturers. And that was said many ways, many different times, vilifying gun manufacturers. Now, what it boils down to is, in the Second Amendment, it makes very clear that, in the operative part, that the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Well, it's been infringed many times. The Supreme Court has had to strike things down many times. So the effort to eliminate the Second Amendment through the courts has not occurred. But we're dealing with some smart people. You can be smart and not have common sense. We're dealing with some smart people here who have figured out, okay, we've tried every which way to get rid of the Second Amendment. If we're ever going to get to the progressive, socialist, communist dream, whichever one of those you want to use, it's all pretty well the same thing these days. You're going to have to get rid of the Second Amendment. The left knows that. And they've made some strides. They've made some dents into the Second Amendment. But this is going to make use, if they get it passed into law, not of warfare, but of what's come to be known as lawfare. It's where you overwhelm someone or some entity with so many lawsuits that they cannot continue. And if it's an entity, you put them out of business, simply not because they're liable, but it's because they can't handle that many lawsuits. It just undoes them and puts them out of business. And if you look historically, where that would take us is to the medieval type thinking, where you had this small group of elites. They rode everywhere they went, and us peasants would walk everywhere we went. Maybe there was a big wagon that would carry the peasants at times, but the ruling elite, which is what you get with socialism, progressivism, this tiny veneer ruling elite that billionaires in America think mistakenly that they'll be part of if they help get to that socialist utopia, being ignorant of the fact that every time a nation moves to socialist utopia, once they're there, they thank the gazillionaires for all the money they helped make the socialist dream come true, and then they either kill them or send them to a gulag and take all of their money. So these billionaires that are pouring in money, the socialist leaders saying, thank you very much, oh, we appreciate you so much. But if they get to that socialist utopia, those billionaires that made it possible will either be dead or wish they were, because they're in some prison, some gulag somewhere doing work requirements. So that's historically what we're talking about, but I keep coming back to that vision of what is being pursued and what will the outcome be. Once you either eliminate the Second Amendment or you eliminate every entity that makes guns, then the ruling elite can get closer to their dream of being the ones riding in private jets, in Suburbans, up armored, being the only ones in America who have guns for their security forces, while all the peasants, the masses, the unwashed, all of us would have nothing. And we would have to kowtow and bow. Now, I got a little taste of that the summer I was in the Soviet Union as an exchange student back in the 70s. And I thought it was crazy. We were told, there were 8 Americans allowed in on this program. We were told in orientation, look, you've got to understand, in a communist society like the Soviet Union, only the elite have cars. Everybody else takes mass transportation or walks. So in the United States, pedestrians generally have the right of way, but don't think for a second, we were told, anywhere in the Soviet Union that you have the right of way as a pedestrian, because only the ruling elite have the cars, and it's a game to them. They will try to hit you because they know, as the ruling elite, if it ever came to court or there was some question about you as a pedestrian being hit, the ultimate result would be a ruling that you should have seen the car coming and gotten out of the way, because these are the ruling elites and you are the peasants. Great socialist utopia. That's where we're headed if these kind of bills get passed. If you can't get rid of the Second Amendment, their strategy that we lived through hours of yesterday, bankrupt the gun manufacturers, and then we'll be on our way. And that way, only the ruling elite will have security forces with guns, and everybody else will either walk or take the mass transportation. The ruling elite gets the private jets. And see, it's okay to just have massive amount of carbon emissions in private helicopters, private jets, big Suburbans like Al Gore used. I'd read where he was seen having an entourage of big jets. This was long after he was out of leadership as vice president. But that they would all be sitting there cooling for the vice president or former vice president. So that's the kind of thing that will continue. The ruling elite, they get to pollute like crazy. Their yachts, their private jets, those will continue. In fact, there'll be a lot more of them. And that's, you see people like the Biden family or Hunter Biden that's gotten close to oligarchs in Russia, in Ukraine, and made money off the Chinese Communist Party because they're in charge in China, let's face it. But isn't it interesting that if you look at the policies and the things that this administration has done, who's benefited? Yeah, they talk a lot of trash about Russia, but at the same time, by President Biden basically going to war with energy companies in the U.S., he has so driven up the price of oil and natural gas that Russia's been able to fund their invasion of and war with Ukraine. And then we got $13 billion passed in this House, then another $40 billion. I voted for the 13. I didn't vote for the 40 because it didn't appear to me there was enough restraint on what President Biden could do with the money. And, it made big headlines in the last few weeks when Biden administration announced, we're going to provide $820 million to Ukraine. Well, you have $53 billion to work with, and you're trickling out $820 million while Russia is making big advances in Ukraine. For heaven's sake, that was one of the reasons I didn't vote for the $40 billion, because I figured that the Biden administration would find other things to do with it. Apparently, they want to have a lot more sex change surgeries in the military. They cost a lot of money. They don't cost $40 billion if you had sex change for everybody in the military. And by the way, that does put our military members in a category where they're not able to be utilized for military services. Last I saw, they stayed in that category where you couldn't deploy them until such time as a psychiatrist could certify that they were comfortable in their new gender. Amazing. No wonder we're losing respect around the world when we're not spending defense money on defense. We're spending it on social experimentation. So we see these bills coming. We see what's happening. All you have to do is look from a historical perspective. The discussion about, the gasoline is actually cheaper now than it was at the end of the Bush administration. My gosh, we just went through TARP being passed, $700 billion. Well, yeah, that's going to cause some inflation. And then along came the Obama administration, Obama-Biden, and they got another $900 billion on top of having a majority of the $700 billion still to spend. They were throwing money at things right and left that would help them get reelected. And so I wouldn't be bragging about a whole lot. In fact, I'd seen an article indicating that during the 8 years of the Obama-Biden administration, the average black household in America during Obama-Biden 8 years, the average black household lost 30% of their net worth, which really helped bring a great deal of light and emphasis on candidate Donald Trump's question to a large black audience: what do you got to lose by voting for me? What do you got to lose? You just lost 30% of your net worth under the Democrats, and lo and behold, the average gained net worth under the 4 years of President Trump. So people, I think, are starting to look at those kind of numbers again, and I think it's important to do so. So back to our hearing yesterday, they kept saying that gun manufacturers were given immunity like nobody else in America. And it was my honor to get to illuminate that issue for those that hadn't thought through what they were saying and didn't realize that it was not true. So, first of all, a very timely topic that many of us think has long outlived its usefulness is the massive immunity that's been given to the pharmaceutical industry for the vaccinations that they've made tens of billions of dollars just in a year. Man, they've made so much money off those, so much so that they looked around. Most people have gotten the vaccination. they hate to see somebody have natural immunity from having had COVID because they're not as vulnerable to getting COVID again as apparently people are that have had the vaccinations and all the boosters. So what do? Oh, let's go after the young people under 5 years of age. These are people that statistically, you would say, they don't even have a statistical chance of getting COVID and passing away. They were the least vulnerable among us when it comes to COVID. And that's who they want to give a jab to and boosters, even though we're seeing more and more indications that immunity ends up being compromised in many people who get the boosters, that it doesn't seem to help with immunity to new strains of COVID. And Democrats were more than thrilled, it seems, to give them all kinds of immunity. When I saw the huge unfolded warnings that come with the vaccination, I said to the pharmacist, where are all the warnings? They know about a lot of things that go wrong with these. We know about it from the VAERS reports of so many things that have gone wrong, starting with blood clots and going from there. He said, no, it says up there, it's because it's emergency use authorization. Not only do they have complete immunity to any lawsuit for damages, for deaths they cause, they don't even have to warn you of all the damages that they know can result from the vaccinations or the boosters. Don't even have to warn you. So my friends in Judiciary yesterday, because they kept saying, you know, nobody else gets this kind of immunity, they just weren't aware. Because, you know, I know the rules. We're here in the House of Representatives. You can't attribute intentionally lying to anybody. And that's why I'm sure that they just forgot or weren't aware of all the immunities that they've provided to other entities. But that's the pharmaceuticals. They don't even have to warn you, give you a heads up of what's coming, potentially with a vaccination or a booster. And then you got social media. And that Section 230 has allowed some of the richest companies in the world and individuals in the world to completely escape liability. They should be made to answer in court for fraud, for so many of the things that they have done, for censorship, for taking away people's rights that they were told they had under their social media. But anyway, even though I know that my Democrat friends were not talking about Section 230 immunity, there it is. And of course, they don't want to bother that because that allows all the Democrats controlling these massive social media giants to censor and help at election time and help Democrats get elected. So they want to leave that immunity in place when it needs to go. We need to just eliminate Section 230. We were told, well, that was important to have to allow them to get started. Well, listen, they're started, and they're some of the most powerful companies in the history of the world. Some would say more powerful than the U.S. government itself because of all the information they have. It's time to get rid of their immunity from liability for even fraud. You can't even sue them for fraud. I'm like Diamond and Silk. They were telling me how they had paid in order to have their name come up more often. And not only did it not come up more often, an algorithm was used to send it to the bottom. That's called fraud. They took money from them under fraudulent circumstances. They can't even sue over that. So I'm for getting rid of that immunity. And I know that people knew, so they must have just forgotten, but members of Congress have immunity from being sued. You can come down here, you can, accuse President Trump of all kinds of crimes, colluding with Russia, when it turned out that was not Trump, that was the Hillary Clinton campaign that was doing the colluding with Russia. But you can accuse them all kinds of crimes, call Trump guilty of all kinds of things, and you can't be sued for it, for things you say and do here in the House. We've got that immunity. Heck, President Biden and President or Vice President Kamala Harris, or President Kamala Harris, as President Biden's called her before, they've got the same kind of immunity, so that even though we've lost more than 100,000 Americans in 1 year from fentanyl, from drugs that have come across our southern border illegally, if they didn't have the immunity that my friends and Democrat friends in Judiciary said doesn't exist, then they could be sued for their negligence or intentional failures. They both took an oath to uphold the Constitution. And so allowing a completely porous border, that's not upholding their oath. And over 100,000 people have died just from the illegal drugs that have been allowed in by this administration. So if not for the immunity, President Biden could be vulnerable to lawsuit. And even with all the money that Hunter's helped bring in, it wouldn't be enough to pay all the judgments if it weren't for the immunity. Maybe somebody might, if they were not immune, somebody might try to allege that it was negligence and purely stupid to put someone in charge as border czar who would never go to the border to even investigate and see at the border what was going on. That would make her vulnerable to liability as well, except for the immunity. So those are rather important ideas to remember. Republicans didn't give gun manufacturers some kind of exclusive immunity. They are liable if they're negligent, if they even have strict liability. If there's a defect in manufacturing or design, they're liable. If in one case they paid out millions of dollars because they had advertised and targeted a specific audience they shouldn't have. So they clearly have liability. And so that was just a lot of information that was not accurate that was being tossed out yesterday as a reason to get rid of all guns, except, of course, mark my words, if they were ever successful in doing that, that little veneer of ruling elite, their security would have the guns, and we, the peasants, would have no guns, no way to defend ourselves. Of course, we're seeing the abuses of law enforcement. We've had hearings on that before. Massive abuse by law enforcement. And with the bill yesterday, they were providing an exemption from getting rid of guns to bureaucrats in the Department of Agriculture and in the Department of Education. Bureaucrats. These weren't even police force. they were going to be exempt from the new laws Democrats in judiciary wanted to get passed. We said, wait, it's probably just an oversight because you give an exemption for law enforcement, but you got no exemption for military or veterans. And the chairman of the committee, Democrat chairman, said basically, well, you got to keep in mind, you know, they get PTSD, they got all kinds of problems, so we don't want to give that kind of exemption to carry guns to people that have been trained with them that serve or have served in the military. Just a real slap in the face to people that put their lives on the line defending our country. And you want to dismiss them? Well, you know, they get PTSD, they got all kinds of problems. Well, it is a shame that those people who are the reason that we are allowed to be here and talk, they put their lives on the line for us and our freedoms, and then they just get dismissed. No, bureaucrats in the Department of Education who may not have ever been trained with weapons, they're more important to give exemptions than these military or current military or veterans. That is a mentality that's hard to understand. We look at Indiana, at the shooting in the shopping mall. It's incredible that a person with the right to carry, within 15 seconds, the guy coming out into the mall with an automatic weapon, and this guy's, I understand, put at 40 yards, and with a handgun. I mean, I had to qualify every year with a handgun, had with the M16, but 40 yards, put 8 out of 10 rounds in the shooter. Incredible. But it sure did end the horror at the mall. And if other shooters find out that they could have 8 out of 10 rounds put in them, if they walk out and try to do that at malls, it would help stop a lot of people from being tempted to do something that criminally evil in other shopping malls. Just incredible. We have this issue come up. We've got page after page, over 50 pages of recent history where people with right to carry have stepped up and saved so many lives because they were a law-abiding person, selfless law-abiding person, willing to put their lives at risk to save others, case after case, more than 50 in these documents. Starts with information from Criminal Research, July 11, 2022, and it goes on and on. Like I say, I know there's more than 50 pages. Heroes stepping up, putting their lives at risk. You know, in Uvalde, they had hundreds of law enforcement there, and I still don't understand that. They could hear the guy shooting children. And you had a police chief, while he's shooting children, just asking him sweetly to put the gun down. The door wasn't locked. They could have gone in and taken him out at any moment. Yet, I know hundreds of law enforcement. As a former judge, the former assistant district attorney, I don't know any that would have stood by while children were being killed. Turns out there were people in Uvalde that were stopped, some law enforcement. They couldn't go in and do anything. Well, if a concealed carry or somebody with constitutional carry had been allowed to risk their lives and go in, they would have, but people were being stopped, kept from going in. But I recall an incident at our courthouse in Tyler, seeing the film. When shots started being fired, the law enforcement starts running to the sound of the guns. We had one incident at the courthouse. As often the case, it was a domestic situation, and a shooter started shooting, and we had a concealed carry permit holder that took his gun. He would have, the shooter, the active shooter would have killed a lot more people, but the concealed carry permit holder started shooting at him. He got shot and died from his wounds, but there's no telling. The guy had to take off. No telling how many lives were saved by that sacrificial person being willing to put himself out there in harm's way, become a target himself, and stop the shooter. Law-abiding people have made a difference that way. We had a lady that took her gun out years ago and went into a cafeteria to eat in Central Texas, and a gunman ended up shooting her parents, among others. And if she had been allowed to have her gun, she would have stopped him. And then she led the charge in the state legislature to get concealed carry permits, and that was the basis of the start there. But you got to have people who have been taught there are some absolute rights and some absolute wrongs. Like, C.S. Lewis became a Christian from being, he would say, agnostic, seemed like sometimes atheist, but he liked to cajole Christians. Yes, why isn't it easier just to admit there can't be a just God with so much injustice? And it finally dawned on him, the brilliant Oxford professor that he was, how could he say that there was injustice if there were not some absolute universal standard somewhere of right and wrong? And if that existed, there must be something like a God that put that in place. And the more he wrestled with that, the more he came to understand, that we all have innate in us this feeling of fairness, of justice. As he pointed out, it would be like someone born blind at birth trying to describe, sight. How would you know that there's light or no light if there weren't something universal in it? Same with injustice, and that realization, there can't be injustice that we would know. We couldn't know it if there wasn't an absolute universal justice and injustice. And then that eventually led him further inquiries, further research, and he became a Christian. Well, there is justice, there is injustice, there are gray areas we argue about, but as John Adams said, and I say it often because it was such a brilliant quote from one of the founders who was there for the constitutional debate, but he said this Constitution was intended for a religious and moral people. It is wholly inadequate for the government of any others. And if we're not going to teach children that thou shalt not murder, then we can't have a Second Amendment right. If we're not going to teach children these things, these commandments, these are universal. You're not to lie. You're not to envy other people. There are things that are just not healthy for you and not healthy for society, for the culture. And they're universal. They're not healthy. They're not good. You know, honor your father and mother. Of course, fathers and mothers are supposed to, be fair with their children. But if we're not going to teach that, if we're just going to teach, well, everything's relative, it depends on your circumstances, may be right for you and wrong for somebody else, right for them, wrong for you. It's all relative. Now, if we're not going to teach that some things are absolute, we cannot have the rights that are provided, that our founders said were provided by our Creator. We'll have to get rid of them. We'll have to go to being what some already want, and that's a totalitarian government. It's where it always goes. We're already breaking records every day that we continue to live under our Constitution. But we're no longer a religious or moral people. People thought historically when we got rid of slavery, we were so on the right track. And when Dr. King did so much to allow somebody, a little boy like me, to be able to treat black brothers and sisters as brothers and sisters, he did so much. And then somehow now we're regressing where we want to have segregated dorms, segregated this and that. I can't believe that people are wanting to regress. But if you're not going to teach some of these absolute moral truths, we're going to have to give up our rights that our founders, so many of them, and so many over the last 240 years have died to make sure we had. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to give them up. But Congress has got to start using better judgment. Otherwise, it's very clear historically, we're moving. We've got people that are wanting us to move to that point where the rich ride private. In the old days, they rode horses, they rode carriages. Modern day, they'll have their private jets. They'll jet back and forth around the world, telling everybody how they can't even have a wood-burning stove anymore, that you can't fertilize your fields, so people are starving to death. Well, those are the peasants, because the elite little ruling class, they got all the food they need, they got the guns they need, and the peasants out there, now, for the good of the climate, for the good of the planet, you are going to live in your refuse, and you're not going to have the benefits that our wonderful ruling elites have. It's where it's going. That's what progressivism is. That's where it always goes. A totalitarian government, the little elite group, they get to ride. They have all the food. Look at Sri Lanka. They got over 90% grade ESG, and now people are starving. Government's been overthrown. This is where it's going. I don't want to go there. We don't have to go there. Let's keep our rights under the Constitution. And with that, I yield back.
The chair lays before the House of Communication.
Speaker, House of Representatives met on July 20th, 2022, pursuant to Section 3307 of Title 40 United States Code. The Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure met in open session to consider 19 resolutions included in the General Services Administration's Capital Investment and Leasing programs. I have enclosed copies of the resolutions adopted. Signed sincerely, Peter A. DeFazio, Chair.
Referred to the Committee on Appropriations. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, still I rise. And I rise today to address the unfortunate circumstances that took 19 lives of children and 2 teachers in Uvalde, Texas, at Robb Elementary School. I rise to address this because the families are still suffering. Children did not return home from school. This should never happen in our country. I'll never forget the baby, the child, who indicated that she took the blood from a friend who was lying on the floor. And she took that blood and she put it on her body and on her face so that the gunman wouldn't shoot her. She will have to live with this for the rest of her life. I rise because there have been many conflicting stories about what happened. Almost daily there was a different story, a different narrative. And at some point, the families deserve the truth about what happened in Uvalde. What happened at Robb Elementary School? They deserve the truth. And they deserve the truth because the pain and suffering may not immediately leave them, but it will give them some hope that one day they'll be able to wake up one morning and be relieved of some of the pain and suffering that they're enduring currently. And to get to this truth, which some persons have tried to crush to earth, of course we know that William Cullen Bryant is right. Truth crushed to earth shall rise again. They tried to crush the truth to earth, and they used, someone did, the governor of the state of Texas, because wittingly or unwittingly, the governor of the state of Texas laid a foundation for a cover-up. Some things bear repeating. Wittingly or unwittingly, the governor of the state of Texas laid the foundation for a cover-up. For you see, the governor took to the stage shortly after the shooting, perhaps a day later. He took to the stage and he had with him persons with great credibility. He had with him the lieutenant governor of the state of Texas, 2 U.S. senators from the state of Texas. He had with him a state representative and a state senator. With them, the director of the Texas Department of Public Safety, all on the stage with the governor. With them, the chief patrol agent for the Del Rio sector of the U.S. Border Patrol. He had with him the Uvalde mayor, the Uvalde county judge, the chief of Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District, the superintendent for the Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District, and the commissioner for the Texas Education Agency, all on the stage with the governor. While on the stage with the governor and in their presence, the governor made the following statement. I had my staff give me the statement. I want to read the statement that the governor made, because the governor, whether wittingly or unwittingly, laid the foundation for a cover-up. Here's what the governor said. The reality is, as horrible as what happened is, it could have been worse. The reason it was not worse is because law enforcement officials did what they had to do. They did what they had to do. This is the governor speaking. And he goes on to say, they showed amazing courage by running toward gunfire for the singular purpose of trying to save lives. And, these are the governor's words, it is a fact it is a fact that because of their quick response, getting on the scene, being able to respond to the gunman, and limited the gunman, they were able to save lives. Well, Governor, you and I know that it is not a fact that this occurred as you articulated. And we know, not because some righteous person came forward to share the truth, not because there was an investigation and as a result of the investigation, truth crushed to earth is now alive again. No, it's because a news source released a video. It was a George Floyd moment. But for the video, there probably would not have been a successful prosecution in the George Floyd case. It was an Edmund Pettus Bridge moment. But for at that time, the tape, I suppose, the actual showing of what happened at the Edmund Pettus Bridge on Bloody Sunday, I wouldn't be in Congress. The video spoke truth to power. When power was attempting to cover up the truth, video spoke truth. The video is available for the world to see. And upon seeing this video, the governor indicated that he was misled, deceived, if you will. That's what the governor says. Well, before we go on, I think it's important for us to expose the definition of cover-up, because there are many persons who have their own definitions, but I like the one that Oxford gives. This is the Oxford definition. The Oxford definition of cover-up. Cover-up per Oxford. An attempt to prevent people's discovering the truth about a serious mistake or a crime. You can have a cover-up and not have a crime. You can have a cover-up and there's only an attempt to prevent the discovering. So our discovering by way of the video does not eviscerate the fact that a cover-up was taking place. They were trying to hide the truth. They were engaging in insidious prevarications. But Carlyle is right. No lie can live forever. Truth crushed to earth shall rise again, William Cullen Bryant. The video is the truth. And now, Governor, you have a duty, responsibility, and an obligation to the people of the state of Texas and to those babies who lost their lives. You got a responsibility to come forward and tell us who told you that all of these heroic actions took place. The people need to know, but those parents need to know because of their suffering. Who was it that was trying to cover up the truth? You know who the person is, Governor. You have the responsibility to bring it to the attention of the public. And if that person received that intelligence or lack of intelligence, flawed information, fallacious commentary, if that person received it from another person, then we need to know who that person is. And we need to know until we get to the person who initiated this fabrication, this prevarication. We need to know who initiated, who was the genesis of the cover-up. That's the governor's responsibility. You need to do this, Governor, and you need to do it immediately, if not sooner. You need to do it because you are the chief executive officer of the state of Texas. You're the person who can assemble all of these high-profile persons. You're the person who gave credibility to the insidious prevarications. You're the person, Governor. All of these high-profile people were there because you were there. That was your call. All of your credibility is on the line now. You need to expose the person who brought this fabrication to you such that you would then present it to the world. And I say to the public at large and anybody who's listening, my dear friends and colleagues, I say to you, it has to be somebody the governor trusts. It has to be somebody that he believes in. It has to be somebody that he was willing to accept that person's word and go on national TV and repeat, echo what that person told him. Governor, you've got to do it. You've got to expose the person who brought this to you. And it has to be, in my opinion, somebody that you trust. Somebody that you believe would vet the information before sharing it with you. Somebody that has been with you. Somebody that you have confidence in. It's not somebody that just walked off the street. It's not somebody that you just happened to meet as you were coming to the press conference. No, Governor, it's somebody that you know and trust. And you've got to expose that person. That person doesn't deserve to be secreted. That's not something that we would accord a person who would present such a prevarication. You've got to reveal the name of that person. And if there's a person that told this person that you are secreting so far or you're not telling us about, then we need to know who that was. We've got to get back to the source, the genesis of this misinformation that you claim you received. And Governor, I'll give you this admonition. If you do not go back to the genesis, at some point, Governor, the eye of suspicion will be on you. At some point, Governor, this will no longer be a question of who told you. At some point, this will become a question of why did you? Why did you do this? Why did you do this to these families? Why would you further a prevarication that would cause them to embrace the people who behaved in a pusillanimous fashion, timid, cowardly? Why would you want them to embrace them as heroes? I support law enforcement. My uncle was a deputy sheriff. I'm in Congress because of my uncle. One day he told me I was going to be a lawyer, and I believed him. And I went on the rest of my life trying to become a lawyer because my uncle said it was such that I would do. Well, I support law enforcement, but I don't support what happened that I saw in that video. And you can be opposed and antithetical to what happened on the video and not be antithetical to law enforcement. That's just a fact. You don't have to be antithetical to every law enforcement officer because you see something that you find is distasteful on the video, that's disdainful. No, I support law enforcement, but I'll never support what I saw in that video, and those babies deserve justice, Governor. So it's up to you, Governor. It's up to you now to do that which righteousness requires. Righteousness. I am also saddened because the officers who appeared, they were in body armor, some of them, not all, but some of them. They had shields, not all, but some of them. They had long guns, not all, but some of them. It has been reported that more than 300 officers appeared. 300. Long guns, short guns, body armor, shields, helmets. And in Texas, there are those who want a teacher with a pistol to do what more than 300 persons armed with long guns, protected by body armor, some with shields, what they could not do or did not do within an hour. More than 70 minutes lapsed before the gunman was taken out. But we expect a teacher in the state of Texas to be prepared to take out a gunman with an AR-15 type weapon. This is a level of inanity that borders on insanity, something that is totally unacceptable among people of goodwill. Teachers ought to be allowed to teach. Let teachers teach. We train the constabulary to deal with these kinds of issues. The police, the Department of Public Safety officers, the Texas Rangers, they get paid to deal with these issues. Let teachers teach. And let's secure schools. Let's make sure every school has locks that lock, doors that shut, and that there's a culture in the school that prohibits the use of emergency exits for routine visits to your automobile or some other place outside of the school. That would be important for the protection of life. But there's something else that could have been done because, Governor, those babies shouldn't have lost their lives. And there is something that you and I and other persons who hold public trust, who can pass laws, could have done to save the lives of those babies. Governor, 18-year-olds should not be able to purchase weapons of war. Weapons of war belong in Ukraine, not Uvalde. Babies shouldn't die in school because someone has a weapon of war. He should not have been able to purchase that long gun, that weapon of war. And if he hadn't been able to purchase it, they wouldn't have died at the hands of a person with a weapon of war. So I say to you, they shouldn't have died as a result of that long gun, that weapon of war. But there's a way for you to vindicate yourself. Here's how you can vindicate yourself, Governor. You have the authority, the awesome power, by virtue of the office you hold. You have the power to call a special session of the state legislature in the state of Texas. And when you call that special session, Governor, you have the power, the awesome power, to have on the agenda legislation that will prohibit the sale of an AR-15 style weapon, a long gun, to an 18-year-old in the state of Texas. Shouldn't happen, shouldn't have happened. We can prevent it from happening again. But it takes will more than way. The way is there. We have the power. Do we have the will is the question. I haven't seen the will. There ought to be the will because we have seen this circumstance before. This is not the first time. We've seen it in Tops grocery store, 10 people murdered. Walmart store, people murdered. We have the power. And at some point, the American public, which believes that there should not be long guns of this type in the hands of persons who are under 21, at some point the American public is going to turn on somebody. And I don't mean in a violent way. I mean at the polls on election day. The American public is going to announce its position at some point. And at some point, some persons are going to find themselves making an early exit, if you will. So I'm going to ask that we cease and desist with this fabrication of a belief that there's nothing we can do, that the Constitution doesn't allow it. Yes, it does. Constitution doesn't say you can't have some regulations. Constitution doesn't say you can have a bazooka. You can't have a switchblade drone. You can't have a predator. And you ought not be able to have, if you're 18, under 21, you ought not be able to have a weapon of war. I'm honored to receive
the gentleman
time.
suspend?
Yes.
The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S-3895, an act to extend and authorize annual appropriations for the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom through fiscal year 2024, in which concurrence of the House is requested.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to close with this commentary. It is not enough for things to be right. They must also look right. And while it may be right for the governor to have had a press conference with all of these outstanding personalities with great credibility, may have been right. May have been right for the governor to receive what he perceives at the time to be credible information and find out later that it's not credible, and to just ignore this. I don't say that it is, but maybe it is right. But it's not enough for things to be right, they must also look right. And it doesn't look right for the governor to know who gave him this insidious prevarication and to secret the name of the person. It's not enough for things to be right, they must also look right. This does not look right. And because I believe it isn't right, I am calling on the governor to act expeditiously, reveal the name of the person, and to do so with the understanding that the person, this person is under your command, under your office, then there have to be some sanctions imposed. Mr. Speaker, the babies and the people of the state of Texas deserve no less. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Pursuant to Section 1 of House Resolution 1230, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.